everybody. Welcome to Meet Our Fun 5, Day 2, and now presenting our MC, Stephanie Zielinski.
Hey guys, it's so good to see you all again. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy to have you all here in person at Google's Grove Experience Center. This is our first hybrid Meet Our Fun. We've got people watching online as well. I hope that all of our virtual attendees go to inside.com and introduce themselves. And it's been a pleasure getting to know all of you. There are so many amazing founders here in person. So we had a great time at Harry's Hofbrau yesterday. Lots of interesting conversations. Excited for all of the connections that will be made today and all the learning that's going to go on. We are hearing from 25 very high caliber speakers over these 2 days. Today's VCs that are investing in AI and more, really some of the top VCs out there. Since launching Meet Our Fund, we've helped over 18,000 founders learn about growing their startups and raising capital, and we've facilitated introductions with over 60 VCs. So here's some of the VCs represented in this event. They are here to help you learn about their firms, understand more about raising capital, about AI, and they're speaking on a lot of different topics that are going to help you grow your startups. One that comes to mind today is Kosla. They're going to be talking about robotics, which is just interesting whether you're building in robotics or not. I really appreciate all the feedback about how much you all have been learning. It's exciting to think that there are companies in this room that will be shaping the future of AI. Today, the speakers are from Cisco, DCVC, CRV, 2 Sigma, AIX, Center Street, Kosla, Techstars, BTV, and General Catalyst. Just a note, their presentations are exclusive to this event, so the decks are not downloadable. So the way it works is each speaker will present for about 15 minutes, and you all did a good job yesterday with bringing those questions to the mic. Honestly, it's also just a great stretch break, so I really would love if, like, throughout the presentation, if you're taking notes, you really think of points to return back to in the Q&A. At the end, 2 mics are on the aisle. Virtual attendees can ask questions too. I know I saw a lot of them in the comments section on inside.com yesterday, so I'll try and bring some virtual attendee questions to the floor for our VCs. A few housekeeping notes. You all have your computers, life goes on, you're doing work. There are plugs in every chair, so if you didn't know, like kind of under, you can stay charged all day. Coffee stays in the concourse. Water is allowed in the auditorium. We have a workroom kind of like out and to the right, so if you need to step out, take a meeting or a call, you can do that. What else? Demo Pit is huge. I have been so impressed with all the Demo Pit founders. During our lunch break in that hour, we'd love for you to go back there and check out what some of the attendees are building in the Demo Pit. We want this to be interactive, so when you came in today, maybe you got one of these half sheets with Q&A questions. If you have them with you, hold them up, and Meredith and Hans from the Inside team can come collect them. Shortly, we'll do just a little bit more audience Q&A like we did yesterday to meet the audience. Another way that we're getting to know each other is through our WhatsApp group, so the QR code to join that is it's like on the monitors in the concourse, so talk to us in WhatsApp. And then, of course, we've got our hashtags, which maybe are a little out of date at this point, but if you've got pictures or takeaways from this event and you're sharing them online, we'd love for you to tag us and use that hashtag, and we can find all of your great takeaways and share them ourselves with our whole audience on socials. Some big thank yous to share. Thank you to our sponsors for helping make this event possible: Bigly Sales, Impact.com, and Google Cloud. Big shout out to the whole team here at the Grove, great production team. Thank you to KJ, Sydney, Iris, Val, Alex, all of you guys who have set up this event. And then thank you to the Inside team. You've probably seen us all. Honestly, I feel like this group, we've probably all kind of met each other. So all of us Inside people are wearing all black and orange. So if you haven't met us yet, we'd love to meet you. Speaking of the team, the president of Inside.com is here, Alex Medic. He's going to show you a brand new designed interface for our website.
Hey everyone, good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you everyone that came back today for Meet Our Fun 5. It was great meeting a lot of you last night at Harry's Hofbrau House. Also, I was wildly impressed at the people that traveled from all over the world to be here. Looking at you, I can't even believe you're here right now with the time zone change. That's blowing my mind. Pedro, who came from Orange County. So thank you, everyone, for coming out today and coming to day 2. It's going to be a lot of fun. I just want to give you a little sneak peek at Inside.com, where we are actually executive briefings for the news you need. And what we do at inside.com is we have a series of newsletters on any topic, and we write executive presidential briefings for you. So if you're interested in AI, we'll take all the day's news and we'll summarize it into 2 key sentences and 3 to 4 bullet points for exactly what you need to know about that story. Then you can click to dive deeper into that story if you want to. And we arm you with the knowledge to kind of be in the loop and know what needs to happen without having to spend all the time reading those tedious reports. Let us read them for you and give you the breakdown so that way you can seem smart to your boss and everyone else around you. But go check out inside.com and please sign up. This website will actually be up this week. And please feel free to check it out and sign up. And one thing I forgot to mention yesterday to everyone here is you might be asking yourself, why the hell is a media startup putting on an event about AI? Great question, and I can't wait for all of you to see what I'm building right now. I'll talk to you in January 2024 about that, but sign up for inside.com now so I can give you a sneak peek when that starts rolling out in January. But everyone, thank you so much for coming today. Have fun. Don't be afraid to ask questions. And I noticed a couple people yesterday were a little afraid to go talk to the VCs or speak up and whatnot. Guys, we're all here to communicate and connect, so reach out, talk to someone, start networking. If you need help getting an introduction to someone, I'm here. I will definitely help you facilitate conversations. Also, post-event, we will be sending out a directory of all the public information we have for how to contact some of these speakers. So if you didn't catch someone's email address or their Twitter handle, we went to anything public that they've given us permission to send out, and we'll deliver that to all you guys that have signed up for in-person, so that way you have access to get a hold of everyone post-event as well. If you need anything at all, email me anytime, alex@inside.com. Or if you're in the WhatsApp group, you clearly have my personal cell phone number now. So just give me a call, text, whatever it is. And I'm here to help, guys. Have a great day. Let's have fun. And hell yeah, let's learn about some AI investment, shall we? Thanks, everyone.
Nice. You really have his cell phone number now. Okay, survey first. So this is one of the startups represented here. There's this very cool survey that is audio. So go ahead and scan that QR code. You don't have to do it now, but this is kind of a new way of giving feedback about an event. Once you get to that website, you can save it. We don't need everyone talking and giving their feedback live at the same time, but that's how it works.
Sorry, this actually is a product of one of our demo pit people too. That was so fun in the demo pit that he built it for us and we put it up live today.
Yeah.
Because I really want to see how this worked out. So it's actually a cool new survey technology, and it's voice to text, so maybe don't do it all right now so you all don't sound like crazy people. But I would love to hear your opinions later and see how this works.
Yeah, we've gotten so much good feedback already, so that's just one other way to give us feedback, and we're entering everyone who does this into a raffle, and we will let the winner of an iPad know who they are on Friday.
Oh yeah, I will give an iPad to somebody on Friday.
Yeah.
If you fill out the survey,
Alex likes to do that. Okay, swag bags. What's that?
Ship it to Canada?
I will find a solution for someone
We'll find
Canadian.
a way to ship it to you, yeah. Swag bags, we have, all of the swag bags under the seat. If you did not get one yesterday, I know today's a slightly different audience than yesterday. You can grab one today. This is what's in it. This is an example of all of the unique AI artworks that you have. I did these painted collages, sent them through Midjourney, turned them into 500 unique AI artworks. So those are for you. Thank you to Kiani for putting those together. Our community manager, Kiani, good job. All right, industries represented. Again, slightly different audience today as yesterday, so let's just see who's in the room. Raise your hand if you hear the industry you're in. Finance and fintech. We're going to be hearing from a lot of VCs that invest in that today. Cool. Healthcare. I know yesterday that was a pretty big category. Few in healthcare. Transportation, manufacturing, logistics. I'll throw travel in there. I know we had a travel yesterday. Cool. Don't be shy. Anyone in material sciences, biology, chemistry? That's kind of a tough one. Cool. 2. Nice. Gaming and entertainment. Maybe social media in there with entertainment, social network. Yeah. I feel like there's also crossover with online learning, ed tech, information economy. Anyone like that? Yeah. Some of these are crossover. E-commerce, retail. Anyone? Oh, no retail. All right. HR tech, future of work. Nice. Oh, yeah. That's another one that kind of crosses over with other industries. And MarTech, ad tech. What was the other? Prop tech was the other one that we saw yesterday. Okay, cool. Anything that I missed? Does anyone have an industry that wasn't named? No. All right.
Science knowledge worker.
Science knowledge worker. Can you elaborate?
Oh, I'm building tools to help knowledge workers do their work faster.
building tools, just so everyone in the virtual audience can hear, building tools to help knowledge workers do their work faster and better. And what's the name of the startup?
It's called Grounded AI.
Grounded AI. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back to the replay.
His startup is amazing.
Yeah,
we talked
I'm
like an
gonna
hour
check
about
that
this
out.
last night.
Grounded AI, yes?
Aging industry.
The aging industry. I'm from Florida, so that's a big industry. What do you do in that?
So we make an AI that can help with tech support for seniors.
Oh, very important problem to solve. For the virtual attendees, this founder makes AI that helps seniors with tech support. There's a huge need for that. Very cool.
Everyone in this room is going to want that because it's going to take your tech support job. You're going to do it for your parents and your grandparents.
So instead of us going to our parents and grandparents, we'll just hire that company to do it. Yeah, very cool. Simplify, simplify, simplify. Awesome. All right, time for a little audience Q&A. We still have a few minutes before I bring our first speaker up. So if you hear a card that describes you, I would love for you to go to one of our mics and tell us a little more about you. This is a cool one. I heard chatter about this yesterday. We remotely detect and neutralize buried landmines using our AI-powered drones. The zoomed out goal is to see a world without 110 million landmines and bring back lives and land. And then the fun fact is this person is a high school dropout running a deep tech startup. So who's that? Are they in the room here? It's you. Can you go to the mic, please? I'm so glad to put a face with this company. What's your name?
Yeah, I'm Harsh Zalda, founder and CEO of Robotics 7. So we're on a mission to basically build an AI-powered autonomous drone platform to detect and eradicate landmines and buried explosives.
Okay, if you're willing to tell me a little more, I'm curious about the process here. Are you contracted by governments that's taking away landmines that they don't want in like enemy territory? What's the story?
Yeah, so we work with international NGOs and also governments, including the US DoD, as well as the international governments. More than 60 countries have this problem, which is little known to all of us here, but not only it impacts the communities locally, but also the land to use it for more sustainable use cases.
Mm-hmm. How did, how did NGOs and governments take away landmines before?
So it's a manual, tedious process of human deminers have to go through with metal detectors and GPRs. Oftentimes, it's hard to detect plastic-based landmines, which is something our technology does.
And how long have you guys been around?
I started it as a research project back in 2016.
Wow.
We found this company last year and are getting some traction so far with the US government and also internationally.
That's great. Well, I'm wishing you a lot of success with that.
Much.
Thank you. Okay, very cool. The next, you guys can keep talking, it's fine. The next person that I'd love to hear from if you're willing, AI-assisted workflow management system is their one-sentence value prop. They help people get organized in a business setting, and their fun fact is they're originally from Nepal. Who is that? Oh, would you come share, please? Wow. What part of Nepal?
The capital.
Kathmandu?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And workflow management. So who are your clients? Are you working with SMBs, enterprise?
SMBs for now, but that's a very broad term. And what we're doing is we're managing workflow of two-party systems. So what I mean by that is if you're a hiring manager or recruiter and your applicants, we streamline the process end-to-end for both parties.
So very focused on hiring?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, that's a huge bottleneck, right?
Yeah, there's just too many applications you have to juggle with, from email to LinkedIn to Google Meet, Zoom, like handful of applications. So we just zoom everything in one platform and streamline the process end-to-end.
And what does the AI do?
AI is there to assist you in the workflow of managing your basically managing your workflow. And you have this co-pilot that assists you in,
what to do next? Yeah. Okay, great. And your name again?
My name is Shamad.
Shamad. Okay, nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Okay. This is a good one that I want to hear from. Emotional AI to measure creativity. Zoomed out, bigger purpose is understanding human decision making. And their fun fact is they love playing poker, holler, and hanging out with doggos. Who's this? Are they here? Maybe this is a card from yesterday. Everyone loves hanging out with doggos. Yeah. All right, last one here. The name is at the top, but I'll leave it a mystery. We use data and AI to make building and supporting startups simple. Zoomed out, they bring support and resources to underserved founders. Nice. And the fun fact is this person used to DJ and still loves entertaining and hosting people. Do you want to go to the mic and share? All right, Cody Jung. The other fun fact is there are a few people here who have inside AI talks. Sarup is one, Cody is one, so you can actually hear a conversation between Cody and I on Inside's YouTube channel. Okay, so Cody, Founder Way has been helping underserved founders. Where do you find these people that get on the platform and use it to build their startups?
So they're basically everywhere. The average incubator acceptance rate is only 2 to 3%, and then the average accelerator acceptance rate is only 1 to 2%. So even if you knew where to find help, you're competing with 98% of everyone around you in that community. And so we provide a free workflow that goes from idea to first customer, and then we wrap up all your responses and we give you a personalized startup co-pilot for your business that just you can talk to about marketing, sales, feedback, anything you really want, and it kind of acts as like your 24/7 advisor. And then we take all that data and give it to incubators and investors to build tool chains around. So,
oh, I didn't know that last part. You give it to incubators?
Yeah, so we're building tool chains now with VCU, and we're in talks with Techstars now. So, and the plan is that they give you a code and you can connect to them, and they can start basically pinpointing resources to you.
Gotcha.
Depending on where you might be stuck or your goals or tasks that you're working on. That again, they might see hey, you're stuck on this. Instead of saying here's a webinar for everyone to attend or an office hour, they can say, hey, you need sales help and you're in this industry. Go talk to this person.
Yeah.
So that's what we're building to help kind of unlock multiplayer mode.
Oh, that's a great next piece of the puzzle. I love that. Cool. And we'll have Techstars here today.
VCU, that's Berkeley's Venture Capital University, or what is it?
VCU is Virginia Commonwealth University.
Gotcha.
They actually, their incubation program run the FAST Award for 2023. So yeah, it's a 2-year-old program, but they're innovating really fast on how to incorporate different programming, different styles of education to bring more entrepreneurship education to their community. And they're trying to use us to tie in AI. I think Eugenio from Plug and Play said it best, bring high tech to high touch to make it scalable. So that's what we're trying to do for the incubator side.
Great. Cool. Thank you for sharing, Cody.
Thanks.
Awesome. All right, Mark back there, let me know if Noah is ready to go a few minutes early. Yes.
I want to say something. If you guys have a cool startup that you also think would help meet our fund, I would love to. I love testing out new products and
we'll test your stuff.
For example, Edward, you and I spoke last night. You're going to meet next week about helping with an AI assistant to wrap up all these Meet Our Fund videos and have a VC chatbot on our website. Over there, we're going to actually work on our product management workflow over there with the Say app. So I'm really excited to meet with some of you. So if you think there's something that we could all work with, please introduce yourself. Let's connect and let's see what we can make happen, all right?
Thank you. This is really just one big collaborative project here. All right, I'm very excited about our first speaker. Noah Yago is Vice President at Cisco Investments, currently investing in early growth stage companies in the areas of data and AI, IT ops, and cloud. Noah's got two decades of experience building companies as a VC, entrepreneur, and board member. Noah, welcome. Come on up. Thanks for being here. There we go. Hey,
thanks, Stephanie.
Here's the clicker. Thank you. Go for it.
All right, well, thanks for coming in, everyone. First speaker of the morning, so I'm excited about this. This should be a lot of fun. Been looking forward to this for a while. All right, well, as Stephanie mentioned, so my name is Noah Yago. I work at Cisco. A little bit before I get into what we do and how we do it in AI, which everyone is very excited about talking about, just my personal story. I spent most of my career, originally I was a startup founder, so I know exactly the things that you're all going through. The highs and the lows and the good things and the bad things and the satisfaction when you actually get your product into someone's hands. I spent most of my career as an investor around the world. I joined Cisco about 6 years ago, largely because of the platform that we have and the excitement. It's the first corporate that I've ever worked for. And I'll tell you about what we do first, and then I'll talk about AI, and I will answer some questions. So what we do, we have a 40-person team at Cisco. We're global. We've invested in companies in 25 or so countries. We have over 100 portfolio companies today. We invest in roughly a dozen companies of the year. And our view here is that innovation really happens globally. I think what's unique about us is that we help Cisco both buy and build companies. As you see many folks in the market, certainly the large tech companies, typically you'll have one group that is solely focused on investing in businesses and another group that acquires businesses. Our hypothesis, and we've been doing this since 1993, is that the best starting point is to think about the world through the lens of technology. So the areas that we invest in, we're very heavy in all the areas that Cisco, you'd expect to see in Cisco. Areas that are in the enterprise software space, core infrastructures, and other areas like that. I personally have spent most of my time working over the course of my career in enterprise software and internet infrastructure. So when it comes to topics like data, everyone today is talking about areas like artificial intelligence. We called it data and analytics when I joined, after we acquired a company called AppDynamics. And the way that that marries, AppDynamics is a company in the IT operations space that helps you with observability. We try to think about things in the world both from the use case perspective and then also from the technical stack perspective. And as it relates to data, when you think about trying to make sure that your IT system is working, what's really important is that you actually collect data, you analyze it, and you process it. And if you fast forward, what that's dovetailed into is these thoughts about AI that are happening today. So what we do, our 40-person team, we have investors all over the world. We also have a portfolio development team that works very closely with all of our entrepreneurs. And the idea is that why would you want to work with any given investor or fund? It's because you can create value. And our thought process is that with our platform at Cisco, we have tens of thousands of engineers. We have something on the order of 20,000 sales people who help our technologies and the startups that we work with understand go-to-market. So ultimately, for all of you who are creating something new, how do you get your product into the hands of the people who use it and will hopefully pay for it? And we believe that we bring some knowledge for that. Folks like to work with us because they think that sometimes Cisco could be a potential customer. There are other times where we work together on joint go-to-market efforts. So we will design briefs together. We'll think about how to co-sell. And in other cases, we have access to many of the Fortune 500 top buyers in the market, and we try to create visibility for the startups that we work with. And then, of course, personally, you have folks like myself and many of the other people on my team who enjoy nothing more than working with exciting startups and founders and try to advance what we're all doing together. All right, any company can advance innovation by either going through a buy versus build calculus. And the way we think about innovation is we always start with a blank sheet of paper. We start with what we think the endpoint should be. We try to look at the landscape, try to look at what the future holds and try to determine from that perspective what the right move is. And this speaks to what I mentioned about this combined model of corporate development and investing, where first and foremost, we try to understand the market and then decide what we want to do. Sometimes it makes sense for us to invest in businesses, and sometimes it makes sense for us to acquire. And then beyond that, all of the areas that Cisco does, we work together very closely with a lot of our engineers, and it's an iterative process, and we try to get to value add position. Just a couple notes on some of the numbers so you understand how active we are. So a dozen or so companies that we invest in per year. We invest both in direct businesses all around the world and in venture funds, sometimes to create strategic benefits for sometimes societal level goals. So we have 2 allocations, for example, to invest in DEI-enabled funds. So entrepreneurs who come from different backgrounds and many of the folks we see in Silicon Valley, and we think that's beneficial. Different ideas help us reach better conclusions. We also have an allocation that invests in sustainability. On the acquisition front, on average, we acquire maybe 8-ish companies a year. This year alone, it's been incredibly active given a lot of the activities that have been going on over the world. And we announced our 10th acquisition a couple weeks ago, a business called Splunk. So $28 billion in equity value. So that was an amazing experience for us. And this, as we do with all the other companies that we work with, we try to think about it originally through a blank sheet of paper thesis that we develop over some period of time, and then we work together. So we're excited about that one for the obvious reasons of the complementary natures of the two businesses, but we also see great opportunity with the data that runs both through our network and through Splunk and the things that we could potentially do with that, along with security use cases and observability use cases. Okay, I like showing this slide mostly because it relates to my history as a financial VC and what's different. So in my prior world as a financial VC, I spent most of my time just developing pipeline, meeting folks like yourselves, going to conferences, really understanding what the hot segment of the space is at the moment and trying to be pretty consistent with that, but that changes over time. One of the things I found at Cisco, which I think is fascinating, it's also relevant to potentially working with all of you and anyone else in the market, is we have an iterative process. There's a constant feedback loop where we meet with the different heads of our business units and we try to develop a thesis together or a strategy of what makes sense. And we do that periodically. In my case, I spent a lot of time with our chief strategy officer who also works with two business units at Cisco. One is App Dynamics and full stack observability, and another one is a group that we have called Outshift, which is essentially mandated to invest in earlier and newer technologies that are very exciting for Cisco and hopefully the industry, but are still subscale maybe from a maturity perspective when it comes to a business like Cisco. So areas like cloud native technologies, cloud native security, and of course data and artificial intelligence. Just a quick snapshot of what we do. I won't delve into this too much because we also have a Q&A session and we have to get into AI, but you get a sense of the types of companies that we have, large and small. I think two call outs here. A little tough to see over here, but we have two boxes. Several of the boxes are companies who we've actually put on our global price list, which means over time we can work with some portfolio companies and our sellers work together to sell the products. This is a very long-term prospect. It works sometimes for companies at different stages, later stages. There's a fair amount of effort that goes into it, but that's sort of the brass ring that a lot of our portfolio companies look out for, and it's sometimes achievable. And then the other box, there are a couple companies here in our portfolio that we actually acquire. I get asked this question a lot, do we invest to acquire? And the answer is no. We invest because we like to find the best and most passionate entrepreneurs in a given segment when we want to work with them. It does happen from time to time. Generally speaking, I'd say it has far more to do with the fact that we get to know and get to be very close with our entrepreneurs. And if and when it reaches a point where that makes sense, we have a conversation about it, and we've already gotten to know each other a lot better. But there's no intent up front. Okay, artificial intelligence. I was watching a few of the sessions yesterday, and I saw a few different representations of this, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But what I will say is this. The way that we think about the space, it's in terms of generational shifts. I'm fairly sure everyone who's here and everyone who's listening to this is going to agree that AI represents another generational shift. Every time we try to think about generational shifts, and by the way, the amount of time between each of these has accelerated phenomenally. And this one it's just the pace of which this has developed is pretty, I think, mind-blowing, really. What we try to do is we try to identify the problems that were common for each of these generational shifts, and we're doing this again for AI. And then from there, try to determine who the best startups in the space and enterprise are who could potentially solve those. My observation from looking at this is 3 out of 4 of these generational shifts entail a change in UI. And in my mind, and I think in many of our minds, that's fundamentally the shift that's going on right now. So we think of AI as a UI shift, fundamentally. Cloud is the exception, by the way. That was different with distributed systems. But when you think about this, the common theme in all of this is that you have a series of engineers and architects and product managers around the industry who are trying to come up with new solutions to fix old problems. Does my IT system work? Can I get my product into the hands of as many customers as possible? Does it work well? And are there new paradigms for folks to look at? So when we think about this, the focus for us on AI is what are the limiting factors with AI today? And the view here, which we think will change the battlegrounds and redraw the battlegrounds of the AI space and potentially the technology landscape in a very meaningful way, are compute, data, and trust. And our view is today, given all the excitement around AI, it's extremely interesting now, but where it becomes incredibly compelling and truly groundbreaking is when enterprises adopt the technology in a meaningful way. Okay, so what does AI do for enterprises? We've done surveys, informal and formal, where you speak with various portfolio companies, and we're asking all of our CEOs what they're doing with AI. One of the things that comes up most frequently today is efficiency gains, which is interesting. That seems to be the low-hanging fruit. The broad excitement in the area that needs a fair amount of development still, I think, is in developing like net new technologies that create the way that we interface with computers. Things like semantic layers, moving on to the creation front, transitioning away from telling computers what they need to do and asking them what we want them to do. So the original model that I presented, so this idea of developing limiting factors and trying to create thesis around who's solving those limiting factors, if we break it down in artificial intelligence is really two things. Predictive AI, so topics like machine learning, which we've all been excited about that. We've been spending a ton of time on that over the last couple of years, investing in companies like Data Robot and 4Paradigm and a series of others. Essentially using machine learning models to predict things. The issues and the limiting factors that you had to deal with in that situation is model degradation, and it's largely an operational problem. Predictive AI, it's different. So the legal underwriting risk in terms of enterprise adoptions, I think, is a key factor that people are thinking about. I'm not sure how many of you know this, but the case law, the existing case law behind Gen AI is related to something called the monkey selfie. There's an experiment that someone did years ago and got a monkey to take a picture of himself and publicize it. And it's gone through the court cases to really establish whether a computer or a non-human can actually own copyright. So there are things like this that are driving conversations among the enterprise today. So companies like Adobe, who are going through the process of thinking about their stock photos and all these other things that have to come into place for large enterprises to adopt these technologies. So when we think about underwriting legal risk and hallucinations and what that actually means to drive how enterprises adopt all these things, enterprises are all looking at these technologies and companies with great interest and adopting them as frequently as they can, but also recognizes that in order to put it in place in a major way, there are a series of technologies that need to come into play to make this work. I will not spend a lot of time talking about compute other than to say that the battle lines are being drawn very publicly. So folks like NVIDIA that we've all talked about, OpenAI coming out with their own chipsets, the battle between AWS, NVIDIA offering its own cloud. Where we are spending most of our time is thinking about the high-value data concept and what that means. And the thesis is that with unique data sets, you can come up with unique and very business-specific solutions that are related to AI that could be incredibly compelling. And then trust, broadly speaking, when we use that word, what we're referring to as trust is trust from the enterprise perspective. So things like enterprise controls, securities, governance. How do you ensure that whatever you're doing, let's take Copilot for an example, that the code that you're creating, that you actually own it in a meaningful way. So there are a series of companies and industries that are arising today that we're spending a lot of time thinking about, focusing on what those mean for us. And then in our view, with the data that flows through Cisco, it could be value add for all the startups that we work with, as well as what we do ourselves. I just talked about the Cisco piece and why that's interesting, but I'll leave it at that. So the data that flows through our networks is, in our view, a compelling asset. I think it'll change not just us, but the entire industry. So, and potentially wake up a lot of other companies that have unique data sets that are not even necessarily technology businesses, if they can unlock this power by working and partnering with technology businesses. All right, I think I have 0 seconds left. I will just pause on this and just say the way that we think about these things, it's great to kind of look at the industry and come up with a thesis of what's happening. We always try to think about what's next, and that starts with our blank sheet of paper and our thesis. And we usually start off with something like this to develop a landscape. When we think about data, we try to think about it in very simple terms. You need to collect data, you need to process it, and you have an output. And then we try to think about that as a rubric under which all companies fall into place and how that connects to AI and some of these broader technology trends. So, thanks.
You can have a seat in a chair. We'll do some Q&A up
okay.
here. Yeah. There were so many topics that I have a million questions about, so I know you all do. Racing to the mics here. First one to the mic. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Olabode. So I hear a lot of talk around unique data sets, essentially. And if for those of us who sort of follow the AI trend, you know that like a lot of the things that have moved the ball forward actually don't have anything to do with training and more about applications. So you think about things like RAG and embedding databases and all of that stuff. I'm curious to find out, do the companies that you work with, are they thinking about building new models, or are they thinking about how they can sort of leverage the fundamental base models and not necessarily have to train anything? Because there are problems with training. So I've done a fair bit, and you have problems with, like, you can't get neural nets to respect things like permission-based access controls, for instance, right? So how are they thinking about that in the calculus between, like, hey, are you training new models that regularly have this problem because of the non-determinism of the systems, or are they sort of seeking a more deterministic approach and like looking to work with the base models and stuff? Yeah.
Great question.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. For what we've seen today, I think just to put things in the time context, a lot of these discussions have really only happened over the last 6 months, particularly at the enterprise space, although machine learning has happened long before that, and I think it sets the ground rules for how people are approaching this. And I think it's a mix. You have companies that are fairly sophisticated, that have advanced data science teams and machine learning teams that try to develop their own models. This point about, at least on the machine learning space, a lot of these algorithms have been around since the 1970s, so there's nothing necessarily that new. I think with LLMs, that's completely changed the dynamic. And there's a real conversation going on of, do you build your own or leverage open source, or do you use a closed loop system and try to benefit from everything that folks have? And I think it varies to a high degree in terms of the capabilities of a given company and the adoption team, and how they're able to put it into place operationally to make it work. So more sophisticated companies, I think, are trying to experiment with both. And the truth is, not every model actually offers the golden solution that answers all of your problems. And the sense that we get is that people are testing out many different things and ultimately are going to land on something where it's maybe looks more like a reference stack, which doesn't exist today in the AI space.
Well, if I may,
Follow up.
What's the timeline for adoption? When you show us to the market?
I'll-
Like, you experiment with all of these other things, but like how long? Because like one of the problems I've seen with startups is like you're trying to sell to these people, the sales cycles are long. They're trying to experiment with all of that. So in your experience, what does the timeline look like from sort of ground zero to adoption?
I'll just repeat that so the virtual audience can hear. The follow-up to that is, what is the timeline to adoption?
Yeah. Well, I think it varies. I mean, I think the timeline to adoption and experimentation is fairly short. The timeline to putting it in place in an enterprise context where you need to put a lot of controls in place tends to be a lot longer because it involves a lot more people.
Yeah. Is there sorry, I'm also thinking about the timeline. Like, how long will it be until people beyond the FANG companies and the biggest enterprise companies in the world are building and training their own models? How long do you think that'll take?
Yeah, that's a great question. The way that we think about this is, we all know what the end state is. The end state is, this is going to be amazing and it's going to have broad adoption. It does seem like everyone in the world is talking about it, but there's a vast difference in terms of capabilities, internal and external, before folks get there. I think what you're saying is some of the more sophisticated teams that have a lot of engineers.
And a lot of money and a lot of access to huge data
Financial
sets.
services, for example, is a segment that seems to be spending a lot of time on it, is interesting. What we're potentially thinking about that could be really interesting is, are there ways for folks who are not necessarily within those businesses, do they have the opportunity to create technologies that will help unlock that and make that easier? So I think it's going to be a little while. It's just a guess, but 3 to 5 years before we see it broadly.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the rate of acceleration is getting faster and faster. So
it is much faster
3 to
than
5
what we've seen in the
years,
past. Yeah.
Cool.
Until we reach something at massive scale beyond just technology. Companies using it. So,
Okay. Beyond tech companies.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but I'd say broader adoption across other industries.
Yeah.
Not just as customers, but people who are actually employing these technologies to manage these rich data sets and compute and trust mechanisms that they might have in their own enterprises.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mass adoption. Okay, next question.
Thanks, Noah. Great presentation. I'm Krishna Ganesan. I'm the founder of a platform called Say, which essentially allows businesses to focus their software development teams on higher order work, which is to say more business critical work. And when you were presenting your thesis and the list of the types of companies that you invest in, I got the sense that engineering and transparency in engineering and things along those lines that we are tackling are further upstream from the companies that you typically invest in. Is that a valid assumption? That's my first question. And the second question is, I didn't see it in your presentation, but is there a way in which we can reach out to you, and what are the typical types of companies you invest in? What stage of companies do you invest in?
Yes, absolutely. So is the first question, I just want to make sure I understand it correctly, around the shift left thesis and around monitoring engineering teams and how that plays in?
Yeah, so we see a lot of inefficiency and lack of transparency in the whole software development process. So if I were a designer or a product manager, I kind of throw it over the fence to a developer to go and develop it.
Okay.
And what the developer does is shrouded in, it's a little opaque, let's say.
Sure.
Right? And when that developer leaves, someone else comes in, they're walking on eggshells before they can develop anything new or change what's there.
Yep.
So we are trying to solve for that problem by creating transparency. You can drill down into the details of what the developer has done so that a non-developer can also look at it. And we are also automating a lot of what is mundane, right? That seems a little, and we are going to use some of the same tools that you already have in your portfolio, like Splunk, right? And if you take, for example, transparency, and if you are saying, I'm trying to use a service mesh, let's say, that comes further down the road, but I'm using a tool like Kiali that I'm going to say, is going to provide me a stitched together view of a particular transaction that I'm developing. Yes, it is going to manifest within IT ops. But as a developer, I want to see that firsthand so that I can test it.
Okay.
So that's part of the tooling, so to speak, from a SDLC standpoint that we'd like to integrate within our platform. So a startup like ours that does this, would that be of interest to you? Is that part of your thesis? Or?
So we have in the past, the way that we think about that space, just broadly speaking, is more in the shift left space as an adjacency both to App Dynamics and kind of links into some of the testing and observability functions. We also have a group within Outshift, the business unit I described earlier that focuses on newer technologies, focus on developer relations and how developers sort of play into the whole mix. We've invested in companies like Sealights, which is really more in quality assurance. We had an investment in a company called Rookout, which sold recently, which did production environment debugging. So those are a couple of examples of things that may be adjacent. I'd say we've been more and less active in the space over the years based on just different priorities. So we certainly look at it. I don't know that we've done anything very recently in the space. We have looked at it from the data governance side and data security side. And we have some other companies that we've worked with or potentially acquired that are close to that. So I think bottom line is yes, sounds like you're doing something interesting, and we always want to hear about it, whether it sort of fits with what we're focused on at this given moment in time. We'd have to look into that a little bit. Okay, and the second question of how to get in touch with me.
Yeah, that's right.
We are all readily accessible and available. There's emails, LinkedIn, easy to find me on LinkedIn. Happy to give email address to anyone who wants it.
Okay.
I think we have a general email address which you can reach out to, but would invite all of you to reach out to any of us anytime, and we're pretty open-minded and love to chat with everyone.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Yes, sorry, stage of companies. How could I have missed that? We tend to look at companies probably series A through C. There's a little bit of a variance, and I think if you asked me 6 years ago when I joined Cisco, it would have been I would have described it as mid-stage VC and Series B and later. Today, that's kind of shifted back to A, just given all the market dynamics. The one area that we don't spend a lot of time on is seed, and then the other area that we do that we don't always talk much about is we will occasionally work with much larger companies when we have a partnership that we've developed publicly, and usually the linchpin for that is some large-scale commercial partnership along with Cisco. So Hashi's an example of a company that we invested in those later stage, and that kind of drives the thinking in terms of bite size and everything else. We do typically, at least for the earlier stage companies, we do typically come in and co-invest with other major investors in the Valley. It's not exclusive, but that tends to be the model that works well for us.
Great. Okay, I wish we were not out of time, but we are. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys, our next speaker is Ali Tamaseb. He's a general partner at DCVC, an early-stage deep tech venture capital firm with over $3.5 billion of assets under management. You're going to learn a lot about growing your startup from Ali. Come on up. Welcome. Hello. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good to
Here's
see
your
you.
clicker.
Fantastic.
All right.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you. Are you enjoying the show today? Awesome. So my name is Ali Tamaseb. I'm a general partner at a venture capital fund called DCVC. It's short for Data Collective. We used to do lots of data infrastructure types of companies back in the day. Started about 13 years ago in the Bay Area. We are kind of, we're blessed with many successful stories, more than 15 unicorns. We manage about $4 billion. More recently, in the past 7-8 years, we've been investing in deep tech. These are companies that solve complex engineering or scientific problems. Using AI, I'll go into how we define deep tech, but DCVC is generally a deep tech venture capital fund. Some examples of our portfolio companies, we have some IPOs, including Accelerator and Recursion Pharmaceuticals in the biopharma space, Planet and Rocket Lab in the aerospace and defense, Evolve in the security space, Elasticsearch and Confluent in data, and a number of private companies like Agility Robotics in warehouse robotics, Freenome again in medical diagnostics. You probably have used Single Store and Databricks. You may have gone to a Carbon Health clinic and Brimstone and in the climate space. So it's a range of companies, but the way kind of everything's stitched together and how we define deep tech is you start with kind of machine learning AI. It started from our thesis with big data, and you need lots of high quality data to get to machine learning and now to AI and generative models. Then you apply you use all the proper proprietary data, your industry knowledge, the specific kind of data that you have gathered through your devices or your machines or the way that you've set up this company. That feeds into heavy computational products. You do lots of compute on it, and then this kind of manifests itself through real-world kind of systems like robotics or a call center or a rocket. So that's kind of how we see this flywheel of deep tech rotating. This company becomes more defensible. The more data that they collect, the better algorithms they become. They manifest themselves through the real world, and then the machine learning gets better. So that's how we define deep tech. In terms of industries, we invest in lots of different industries. The way we see deep tech kind of sees itself, we've backed deep tech companies in manufacturing, in semiconductors, in biopharma, in aerospace, in cybersecurity, in mining space. So it's lots of different industries, some of which are kind of very different from what a typical venture capital fund invests. We invest kind of less in enterprise SaaS or consumer or social products, more in kind of these trillion-dollar industries that have been lesser kind of touched by startups. And we would love to see more and more people try to build startups in these, kind of old, massive industries that need lots of AI, lots of kind of deep tech problems. And there are two tailwinds that are pushing us towards needing these type of kind of companies. One is climate, the whole kind of climate change. This is requiring us to build more companies to have, carbon negative construction and mining and, and lots of other industries. And the second one is the world conflict. Obviously, if you're hearing the news, this is not a new thing. It's been going on, but that requires, us to invest in security, in cybersecurity, and everything else that comes with these kind of problems. This embodied AI, this AI plus industry insight that I talked about kind of manifests itself again in robotic excavators, in autonomous trucks, in robotics that are working in warehouses and in logistics places, in drones that are used for defense, in sensors that could be used in the mine site, or in pharmaceuticals, and using robotics for drug discovery and pipetting and automating the process of discovering a new drug. I'll talk about kind of quickly about 4 kind of recent portfolio company examples. We invested in a seed round of Mosaic ML, which is in the infrastructure for generative AI. It was acquired by Databricks, our kind of older portfolio company, for $1.3 billion. Today, we announced our investment in Reality Defender, a Series A company. They do generative AI detection. So there's lots of companies working on generative AI. This company detects generative AI. So if someone uses generative AI to spoof a voice and call a bank, or create fake images or videos to spoof governments, or send fake documents, this is is the company that catches that with very high accuracies. Recursion Pharmaceuticals uses AI plus lots of data that they collect through their autonomous, robotics that pipette and kind of test different doses of drugs to discover the next generation of drugs. They have 5 drugs in the clinics being tested on humans. And PlotLogic uses AI and specific type of cameras to be able to detect the quality of the ore or gold in a mine site, in a gold mine site or an iron ore or copper. That helps increase the efficiency of mine sites. You don't need to do chemical testing on every inch of that mine site. What I want to talk to you about today is actually not our investments. It's about a project that I started about 7-8 years ago. So I was a founder like you. I was on the other side. And when I became a VC, the first question that I asked myself was, what is it that actually leads to successful companies and successful outcomes, other than luck? Luck plays a big role. But other than that, can we actually say what is it that helps companies become successful or not? There's not that much data around this. So I decided to collect the data. It took me about 5 years to collect what is basically the largest, most comprehensive data set ever collected on venture-backed startups. This is 65 data points, including 1/3 on the background of the founders, 1/3 on the companies themselves, what industries they come from, what type of a problem they solve, what is their IP situations, what type of a competitive landscape, all the way to the traction, when they raise what round, how much time between each of them, how much, what valuation. Putting this together for all the venture-backed companies of the last 2 decades, that gives us the largest data set ever collected on VC-backed companies. 1% of which are successful unicorns, 99% of which are kind of didn't get there. Unfortunately, that's the reality of startups. And we now have data to be able to compare them across these 65 data points, unicorns versus random set of venture-backed companies. And these are not just random companies, these are random venture-backed companies. These are companies that were able to raise money, but never became that kind of large success that they deserve to go. I also interviewed lots of founders of unicorns, founders of companies like Affirm, Brex, Cloudflare, Instacart, PayPal. Many of these founders plus investors put the whole thing together in a book published about 2 years ago. It was a best-selling book. And today what I want to talk about is the learnings that I had from doing this data project. So when you imagine, a unicorn founder, when you think to yourself, an image of a unicorn founder, it might be Mark Zuckerberg, it might be Bill Gates, or kind of, these large companies, founders of Stripe. Typically, a young college dropout or, someone in their early 20s that are working on their next set of companies. What percentage of these kind of billion-dollar unicorns do you think were in the same situation? What do you think is the average or the median age of a unicorn founder when they started the company that became unicorn? Do you have any guess? 40? 36. Any other guesses? 50. Okay. 20. So if you average them out, we probably get to the right place. This is the age distribution. So 34 is the median age of a founder of a unicorn, the day they started the company that became unicorn. So depending on different waves of companies, 10 years ago, lots of people would have invested in that kind of, the 20-year-old college dropout. In the 90s, it was the 50-year-old, the gray-haired kind of founders. As time shifts, these cycles change, but eventually, that the kind of the 20 to 23-year-old, the kind of the very young founder that has just come out of college or is a dropout is only 4% of the unicorn founders. The rest, these are kind of people who've started kind of working in a company, maybe started a company before, and then they start the company that becomes a unicorn company. But very interesting insight, when I compared this distribution between the unicorns and my random sample set, these are the venture-backed companies, actually age doesn't matter. So this distribution is the same among venture-backed companies and the unicorns. So age is a non-factor when it comes to deciding what leads to successful companies. Being younger or older doesn't really matter. Do you know who this guy is? Eric Yuan, founder of Zoom. This is a solo-founded company. So Eric Yuan started Zoom on his own. What percentage of unicorn companies do you think are started by solo founders? 60%? 10? 30? Okay. 45%. Okay. Well, with all the stereotypes and you've applied to different incubators and accelerators and all the people advising you, you have to have co-founders, you need to start companies with co-founders. It turns out 1 out of every 5 unicorn is started by a solo founder. Now, that's less than 2 co-founders. That's the most common thing. 3 co-founders is the next common thing. But then it is solo founders. And then again, you compare this distribution with the distribution of my random group, so the companies that raised venture capital funding but didn't become successful. Again, number of co-founders on its own is not a contributing factor to success. So you could be successful as a solo founder. You could be successful with 5 founders. You could be successful with 10 founders. What matters is how the roles are kind of distributed, who has the final say and authority. Is there a real strong CEO in place? Are the other people kind of, strongly working with them? So one piece of advice that I have from this kind of thought that the number of co-founders doesn't actually matter is you need to be able to hire the best people that you can. So if you have to call somebody a co-founder to be able to attract them, do it. If you are able to kind of attract someone that's very strong to your team to be and start this company with you, even if you start a company 1 year before them or 2 years before them, it's possible. Lots of people have done it. Give them the co-founder title. The most important thing is just to attract the best team that you can around you. This founder is Ari Beldegren. He is founder of Kite Pharma, which was acquired by Gilead. It's a biopharma company for $11 billion. He was at the kind of basically the pinnacle of academic success before starting this company. He has a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, a PhD. He was a professor. He was a head of their department. He won many awards as an academic, and then started this company. And it wasn't your typical biotech company where the founder gets replaced by the CEO. He actually remained as a CEO of a biotech company, as an academic, as a university professor. What percentage of, if you think about the degree distribution of unicorn founders, what do you think is the most common degree among unicorn founders? Undergrad? Okay. Yes. So that's the most common, among the graduates of venture-backed founders. So it's undergrads, followed by MBAs. There's lots of people who say bad things that MBAs don't help you. Actually, turns out there's a little bit of a slight advantage for MBAs as unicorn founders. Then it's master's degrees, PhDs, all the way down to kind of, the PhDs. There are people who studied law. There are people who just, dropped out of high school. There are people who dropped out of undergrad. But your typical kind of undergrad dropout story, that's, again, the very rare story, a few percentage. Most people, they just finished a bachelor's degree, they went and worked, they maybe started a company, they failed, did something else, and eventually started that billion-dollar company. These are the regular stories that, it's shared among many founders. It's nothing kind of special around being kind of the dropout story. These dropout stories typically become famous because that's what the media wants to hear. It used to be, this 17-year-old founder started such and such company. These are things that get media, but that's not the reality of how billion-dollar companies are started. They're typically started by professionals who have some work experience, who have started companies before, who have become executive at the companies. This is professional business. There's a little bit of advantage to technical founders. This is true. So among the billion-dollar companies compared with random set of venture-backed companies, the technical CEOs overperform by a little bit. It's not that you have to be a technical CEO. Half of unicorns are started by non-technical CEOs. So you can still succeed as a non-technical CEO, but technical CEOs had slight advantage. When you look at the second person in charge, this is typically the CTO of the company, then they're more likely to have been technical. And technical here is defined with the industry that they have been. So if it's a biopharma company, it's not being a coder, it's someone that has a degree in chemistry or medicine. So there's a slight advantage to being technical on the field that you're developing, but not a huge advantage, and you can still win and be successful if you're a non-technical CEO. These founders, this is Nat Turner and Zach Weinberg. These are the founders of Flatiron Health, a company that was acquired for $2 billion. This is in the pharma world, real-world evidence, kind of data on what drugs works on what type of cancers. How many years of work experience in the pharma industry or in the medicine industry do you think these founders had? 0. So that is not, what do you think that, typically what do you think is the norm in that kind of an industry? How many years of experience should a founder of a unicorn that have in that same industry? 10? 2? Again, hearing lots of different numbers. So it depends based on industry. So in healthcare and biotech, actually they were not the norm. Most successful founders in healthcare, biotech, generally deep tech industries have experience in that same industry, right? But when you look at enterprise and consumer, most of the founders, the majority, did not have industry experience. It does not mean they did not have work experience. Again, the median age was 34. They typically had about 10 to 12 years of work experience before, but it was not necessarily in the same industry. So it's possible that a founder may go from a data infrastructure company and then start something in the insurance technology, or go from a consumer product to an enterprise product and still be successful. There are lots of other things that matter that we'll talk about. Lots of successful outcomes, again, come from very good founders that kept changing the idea, pivoting the idea. And changing the idea depends on lots of different ways. You could narrow things down, like Instagram, which started as Bourbon, which was kind of like Foursquare. It had lots of features. They removed all the features down and just stuck with, let's just share photos, and that's how Instagram became successful. Or you can kind of completely change the idea and follow the users. Anyone can guess this was the logo for what company? YouTube. YouTube started as a video dating website. You were supposed to upload your video talking about your interests and what you're interested in. Lots of people didn't want to go on the internet and talk about their interests. So they uploaded their cat video and uploaded something funny as a way to manifest themselves. And that's how the founders kind of got the clue that this might be more, they may need to go more general. So pivots is not always about going deep, kind of narrowing down. Sometimes it's about kind of following the users and kind of going more broad. So that was YouTube. And then, in terms of, sometimes companies work in different cycles. So Webvan didn't work, but, DoorDash worked. Kind of the same idea, different timing. So sometimes, technologies and product companies go through different cycles. Sometimes they're not successful in the first cycle or the second cycle. Eventually, the cycle catches on and these companies become successful. So you need to understand the type of company that you build, what cycle number of that technology are you in? Are you building a quantum computer? This might be cycle number 4, that three previous cycles have been failure. So you need to understand why the previous types of companies have been failures. And when you look at kind of the charts, actually most of the successful unicorn companies were not within the first 5 companies that try one idea. Most of them were kind of after many successful or many failed companies within that space. Kind of Google is the most kind of famous example of this, but it's very true that you can still build a successful company even if you're not within the first 5. It does not mean if you copy a competitor, you're going to be successful. I'll talk about that later. One of the things that do matter to successful companies is where you worked at. That's kind of the brand that you build, the network that you build. Having worked at a tier 1 company like Google, like at that time kind of Yahoo and IBM for the older company, but basically having experience working in a tier 1 branded company does actually help you become successful in being able to create a successful unicorn company. Again, when you look at the competitive landscape for these companies, many of these billion-dollar companies were competing for share. They were not the first to market. They didn't create a market. They went into an already existing massive market, and they were competing for share in terms of kind of getting a successful outcome there. One example of that is Flexport. You all know kind of this company in the kind of logistics business, in the forwarding business. There's many companies in that space. Many of them smaller companies. Some of them are the incumbents, and Flexport became a successful example here. Again, when you look at the competitive landscape, most of the successful unicorns are the ones that are competing with an incumbent. So today, your odds are, if you're competing with the Ciscos and the Oracles of the world, or maybe with the Googles of the world, rather than another highly funded startup. So if there's another startup that has raised $250 million and you're copying them, your odds of success is actually less likely because you're following them. But if you go after a small sliver of what Salesforce is working on, it's actually more possible that you're going to succeed. Anyone know what this is? This is an old image. Exactly. So this is the $1 million homepage. This is a project that Alex too started. This was basically 1 million pixels that he would sell for, I think, $1 a pixel to advertisers. This became such an interesting project that lots of advertisers started buying. I may spend $100 on putting this there. And Alex basically made $1 million by creating this kind of random, this was not a company, this was not a startup, it was a project. He sold something of value. Now it doesn't make sense, but 15 years ago, this kind of somehow made sense. He got lots of press for it. And he made some money about it. time went on. He started a company that failed. He joined a company that failed. Eventually, he started what became Calm, which is a unicorn company. And that's actually a similar story when you look at the patterns of how successful unicorn companies and founders start. Many of them are not first-time founders. They've started previous companies. Many of them have failed before. Repeat founders do have, and it's not about repeating, I have started 20 companies before. It might be one. I started a company, spent 3-4 years on it, raised some money, it didn't become a big success. Next time around, you're actually more likely to succeed. So look at this kind of as a journey. This is your career as a founder, and your first company or second company may not be a successful unicorn. It might be a small exit, or it might be a total failure. It's the next one where you're going to be more likely to succeed. That's the story with the founders of Uber, Travis Kalanick and Garrett Camp. Travis started Red Swoosh. He spent many years on it. You probably have read stories about that company. Eventually, after many kind of failure modes and him saving money and trying to save this company, it was acquired for $19 million by Akamai. And Garrett Camp, he started StumbleUpon at that time that was acquired for $75 million. So these are big numbers, but these are very small numbers for VCs. No VC is going to be very happy about a $19 million exit, but that's exactly what leads to successful unicorn outcomes. That's a very repeated pattern among unicorn founders. You start a company, you go through lots of trouble, it may take you 4 or 5 years, you end up selling that company for $10, $15, $20 million. You work at the place that acquired you, and then you start your next company, and bam, that's your unicorn company. Again, this is a journey, this is not a sprint. Many of these unicorn founders had started a bunch of these smaller exits before. Some of them had as many as 4 small exits before they started their kind of unicorn company, some of them less, but again, this is shared pattern between them. So moral of story, keep on building, keep on creating companies. It might not be successful on your first try. Try to do it right. Try to raise money, hire good people, find customers. It might be a small exit. Try to get to a 10, 15, 20, $50 million exit if you can, if it's not going somewhere. And then in your next company, you are going to know a lot more about how to play this game, how to pitch to investors, how to hire well, and that is going to be your unicorn. That's how most unicorns are started. The story of Zuckerberg is actually the anomaly and the most kind of storied example. Again, if you want to read more, you can go and buy Super Founders. I go talk about all these numbers and data points on it. And yeah, that was it. Thank you so much, and happy to answer any questions.
I can vouch for the quality of the graphs in that book because it resembled the quality of graphs in this presentation. That was awesome.
Thank you.
I have the book. So we have time for maybe like one question.
Yeah,
We're running a bit behind.
Yeah.
That's okay. Okay, let's take your question.
Hi, it's Ali or Ollie?
Both are fine.
Okay, great. I'm Lulu Waters. I just want to take a second and thank you for leveling the playing field on these thought lines, because going through an very early stage accelerator, having done some work with Jason and his founder his very early cohort, just being out in this world for the time I've been here, it's incredibly confusing. You get told a lot of things. We get a lot of whiplash as founders, and I really appreciate you taking the time to kind of level this out and just normalizing the experience of a very abnormal experience of being a founder. So thank you for being you. I appreciate you.
Of course.
Oh, that's
Thank you.
great. Okay, we'll take more questions with the next speaker. Sorry about that.
Of course.
Thank you so much. I'll take
Thank
that.
you again. Thanks for being here. Take care.
All right, thank you. See you, Ali. Yeah, really helpful to know what the data says about founders. All right, next up, I'm going to introduce you to Vivian. She actually was an early finance employee at Uber. Now she's a principal at CRV, investing in all things application layer and AI. And Vivian, come on out. Welcome. All right, you can come on up. Let's give Vivian a round of applause. Hi. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Clicker.
Perfect.
All right.
Where should I be standing? Okay. Is standing here okay?
You can stand wherever. Your notes are there, and then the slides are there.
Sorry. Got it. Hi, everyone. It's great to meet you. Thanks for taking the time to come here today. I'm excited to share a little bit more about both myself and my firm, CRV. I'll kick off first quickly with a little history on CRV, if you're unfamiliar with the name. We've been around for a long time, been around for almost 50 years, which is always really fun to say. We just raised our Fund 19, so it's $1 billion in a core early stage fund to support founders from the earliest stages. So we typically lead rounds from seed to Series B, and then a $500 million follow-on fund to support our founders through sort of every stage and life cycle of the company. We, again, typically lead early stage investments and partner with entrepreneurs globally. So we invest across all over the world. We have investments in Europe, Latin America, India, and really believe that sort of talent comes from all corners. Just in terms of sort of where we're at, we've, this long history has benefited in us in seeing sort of every iteration of founders, companies, and seen this journey many, many times. We've seen about $12 billion of value created, 78 IPOs, and many more exits. Just a little bit more about sort of the companies and founders that we've backed. We truly are a generalist firm. We invest in all kinds of software companies. That's sort of really the bread and butter, but have invested in deep tech, sort of more less sexy areas as well. We're, again, just really, really generalist and have folks at the firm focused on every different type of vertical. So if you can see from this map over here, we've invested in companies like Airtable, DoorDash, Patreon, Twitter, Zendesk, Mercury, often in just the earliest stages. What we offer, I think that generally speaking, the history of 50 years has really benefited us. We've been around the block, we've seen this. Many of us ourselves come from operating entrepreneurial backgrounds. My background, I started out my career as an early product person at Uber, was there from 2013 to 2017 and left to join the venture world about 5 years ago. What we really sort of provide to our entrepreneurs, I would say a variety of things. One is just our focus. We really have a small investment team compared to sort of other firms of our size. And what that really translates to is really giving sort of the attention and building the relationship to the founders that we back. Definitely not a spray and pray firm by any means. We're very intentional and invest with high conviction. Each person at our firm typically invests in just a handful of companies every single year. Here's just some of our values. We don't need to go in this too much, but we, again, believe in sort of putting the founder first. We believe in investing with conviction and having a thesis, and we really truly believe that the American dream is everywhere, and hopefully our team and the makeup of our team, plus the founders that we back, really reflects that. And again, really just some of our core values that we support at the firm. Skip ahead. Here's just some fun testimonials. Cool. Well, other than just talking about CRV, I'd really love to sort of spend some time on AI as it's sort of the topic on everyone's mind right now. We're in the middle of a hype cycle, which is very interesting. First time in my career where we're investing right as a hype cycle is starting to take off. And it's hard to sort of be non-consensus at this point in time. But what's really exciting is sort of the proliferation of use cases that we've seen so far. If you take a look at this market map, it's everything from the creative industries to verticalized co-pilots to infrastructure to dev tools. I think we're just really seeing this transformation take place. I'm sure that many of you are building in this space or thinking about building in this space, and just thought it would be helpful to sort of offer a perspective on what us at CRV as a firm we're looking for in making AI investments. As again, we're in the middle of the hype cycle and things can be very noisy and very, very confusing. So just wanted to kind of share a little bit of what we're seeing on the landscape and what our core investment thesis is as we try to separate what's hype from what's an enduring business, as well as sort of highlight to you how startups can remain defensible in this time where incumbents are very well positioned to come out with new products and frankly execute quickly. So again, I think across the landscape, we're seeing all kinds of companies come out with already offering sort of that 10x value improvement that we're hoping for that's really going to change user behavior. I would say that user adoption, and this is something that is hopefully helpful to you guys as entrepreneurs, has been really unprecedented so far. ChatGPT, as we well know the stat, fastest ever product to get to multi-million users. Faster adoption curve for ChatGPT than even for something like TikTok, which is arguably the most viral kind of short form videos, really the most viral content format ever created. And so what we're seeing actually in this space is that it's not atypical for a company to reach millions of users. It's not atypical for a company to get to double digits of millions in revenue in their first year. And so if that's the case, as VCs, we're often used to underwriting traction. I think sort of in the Gen AI space, especially if you're building on top of the application layer, you're going to have to look for beyond more than just traction. We're seeing companies that are now, I'll give you guys some examples. The Jaspers of the world, a lot of these copywriting companies, they were able to reach, again, double-digit millions of revenue in their first year, maybe their second year, millions of users, and are sort of having to rethink their model and strategy now. There's been a lot of sort of Jasper follow-ons that have also reached that amount of traction and are now totally pivoting away to something else. And so I think the key thing to sort of understand about the space is that in venture, we're used to historically underwriting traction, revenue, how fast can you grow, what is the revenue curve and trajectory, and sort of what are the margins in the space. But as I'll articulate in another slide, I think that in AI, it has to be a story of, how do you set yourself apart from others? How do you build something very defensible? And how do you articulate this story to investors? The good news is that, again, the early success is just really incredible to see, and the adoption by consumers from more of a bottoms-up flow is pretty unprecedented in software. And so here are some concerns about the market. It's already consensus. How much value can really be generated? Incumbents obviously are well positioned. We've heard great things about Notion's AI product and how much it's contributing to sort of both their top line and user retention. And we're looking at players like Adobe just execute very, very quickly. And so if there is no differentiation, does this become just sort of a go-to-market game? And again, reflecting back on how you can build defensibility in startups, these are sort of the things that we're looking for on the application layer. And I'll segue with just saying that I focus quite a lot on the app layer in AI. I have other amazing colleagues who focus more on infra and dev tools. And so if that's a space you're building in, CRV invests in everything. But just for the sake of today, we'll really just be commenting on sort of application layer. And so what are we looking for? This is a weird space where startups can grow to double digit of millions in revenue in the first year. Where if you're net new to a space and you're very clever with go-to-market and SEO, you can see an insane growth curve, yet still not necessarily be able to raise venture funding. I think that that's very frustrating for entrepreneurs when there's these arbitrary benchmarks usually set where Series A, a lot of what VCs love to say is get to $1 million in revenue. I think in this space, it really isn't going to cut it. Unfortunately, it's again about articulating what makes your startup special and defensible. So here are sort of 3 things that we're interested in the application layer that we feel help startups create defensibility. The first is really by going vertical. This one is not a surprise to most, but we just don't see a lot of the large incumbents and those big platforms building the best vertical solution. And here's a lot of ways you can defend yourself, but one is just by building the best vertical specific workflow. We don't think of AI as sort of this new magic tool. You still have to build the best software, the best user interface, and that's what really creates lock-in and stickiness. If you obsess about your end user, I'll just give you guys an example. There's a bunch of logos on the left here, but HiArc is a company that we really admire that's building automated sort of home design plans and construction design plans for architects and home builders. This is a massive market. I just really don't see the incumbents going into this space and building workflow for home builders and architects. And so again, obsess about your end customer, build the best workflow. And the best part about sort of having this domain-specific solution is the data that you collect from your customers will be net new data that you can hopefully use to build better AI solutions and fine-tune a better model. And so this is a thesis we're really excited by. We've made a few investments in this space that are still in stealth, but again, adding sort of this AI into a vertical software product. One more thing that we've been interested by is sort of this concept of delivering a service versus just pure software. We're actually seeing this quite a bit where because AI can sort of now transform a previous gross margin negative or low gross margin business into a high margin one, delivering the full stack service rather than just selling the software. This is sort of a theme we're seeing across vertical software products as well. The second theme that we're very excited about is sort of this new medium concept where like you're building something that was just not previously before been able to be delivered without AI. One of my favorite examples here is Character AI. This product would just not be able to exist before large language models became a thing. And so again, really leaning into like, instead of just adding an AI product into an existing workflow, what are sort of the net new mediums you can imagine here? A couple that I'll call out more, Synthesia is another one where you can generate avatars using AI in order to, reproduce video content, whether it's in L&D or in marketing and advertising. Lastly, one that I'll mention is just sort of like, if you really sort of want to go all out and really create a true moat, one of the ways that we've seen this, and I really don't recommend this for every startup. You have to ask yourself why, and can I really do this better than whatever open source and closed source models are out there. But it is actually to build your own model, and building a fully vertical stack, and this goes back to sort of delivering the service versus the software, really does provide defensibility at the end of the day. And so a couple that I'll call out here, there's been a lot of sort of text to video platforms that I'll call out, Runway, Pika Labs, others. And again, we're seeing companies shift towards this direction. I've heard rumors that Jasper is now building their own foundation model. And so not relying on something that is available to everyone. If you believe you can build a better model that will give a better output, this is a way to truly create value. Again, not for everybody, considering training a foundation model is very expensive and costly. But if there is a reason to justify doing so, Midjourney is another great example. Building vertical, building full stack, really, really key to creating a lasting moat and better outputs in the long term. And so on the application layer, these are sort of the things that we've been looking for. I would say that telling your story in this environment in the middle of the hype cycle is very important. Unfortunately, as VCs, in our day-to-day lives, we're going to get bombarded with sort of meetings with, and it's really hard to love the story of hearing like the 10th copywriting tool. It's so hard to understand, where are you creating a moat? Where are you creating defensibility? Why are you the player that should win? Does this become a race to the bottom and it's just about having the best SEO strategy? We've seen that doesn't work in previous cycles. And so again, being able to articulate the story of why you win, why you're defensible, why you're a unique asset. I hate to say this, but VCs really do love like unique new things given sort of all the meetings that we take on a day-to-day basis. And so I think that raising venture funding in this environment is going to be a challenge. However, if you're able to sort of articulate and tell your story well, there's never been a better time as well. Great, I think that is it.
We've got plenty of time for Q&A.
Great.
I know you guys have a lot of questions. How many meetings do you take a day?
It depends. Right now, probably at least 7 or more a day.
That's a long day.
Yeah.
All right, first question over here. Go for it.
Hi, Scott. So I have a question about since you mentioned defensibility, then it means that you do you do need a good market research to know where our competitors are. So since everyone's starting something new, and since there are so many startups out there, how do you stress us to research the environment to know about these are the competitors other startups are doing the same thing. For example, let's just say there's 10 IP whatever product AI ideas out there, but from the startup from the entrepreneur's perspective, we can't know who is starting something out there. How do you suggest us to research those areas to know that we need to create something new instead of I'm just reinventing the wheel?
Yeah, I'll take another side of the coin here, which is I think by the time that you're meeting with an investor, I think a very common question from VCs, even if they actually know your competitors, is to ask you who your competitors are, because they also want to know your assessment and understanding of the market. I think, first of all, it is kind of a red flag if you say, I have no competitors. Usually there is someone, even if they're not doing it the way you're doing it, maybe it's a very old incumbent, maybe you're competing against, Autodesk. The point is that I think, you want to show the investor that you really understand and have researched the market thoroughly, because this is sort of what you're spending the next few years of your life on. I think it's very, very easy to find out who's building in this space. Frankly, not to hate on copywriting again, but like if you search like AI copywriting, literally the first 20 Google results will tell you sort of like, okay, here are the players who are spending money on SEO and are pretty like top ranked in this section. VCs are always creating market maps. I think there's a lot of ways that you can sort of do research on your own to understand. And like something investors will really look for is like, do you actually understand the competitive market? Like they'll be counting on you to have tried out all of your competitors' products and to like see what else is out there. But honestly, a simple Google search will tell you a lot. Going through Hacker News, Discord, market maps, etc. But again, simple Google search should tell you a lot.
Okay, thanks.
Well, great information. Yeah.
Hey Vivian, great chat. Thank you for that. My name is Ray. I'm the founder and CEO of Regimen, which is an AI platform that helps people efficiently find and apply the habits of industry leaders. RegimenInc.com. We're live beta now. Part of your values for CRV is you can get to a yes in 24 hours. Can you take me through your due diligence process for seed startups?
Absolutely. I think something we pride ourselves in at CRV is getting in and out of the way quickly, meaning if we take a meeting with you, we will tell you sort of yes or no within 24 hours is quite fast. But generally speaking, if it's a no, we'll let you know within 24 hours. If it's like we need to do more work, it may still take a few days. I would say our typical process early stage is it can be as fast as a week. It typically will take around 2 weeks. And it's usually a first meeting with someone on our team. We'll then loop in more folks. We're a very like team-based approach. And so you get access to everyone. We also want more folks on the team to meet, the founder that's pitching. And then the third step and kind of final step is a partner presentation. We are a little different from most firms in that we typically do all of our work prior to the last partner meeting, which means if we bring you in, we've done the work, like generally the sponsor kind of like wants to do the deal, but we usually will come back to you with an answer that same day versus I think there are other firms that may bring you in for a partner pitch and then do another 2 weeks of diligence. We typically do it all upfront as to sort of not waste founders' time. I think the 24-hour thing is mostly just in regards to getting in and out of the way quickly, meaning if it's truly not a fit for our firm, we'll let you know as soon as possible as to not waste somebody's time.
Amazing. To accelerate that process for me, can we set up a meeting today?
I would love to chat, and please reach out to me or get connected through someone at Inside. I think they've been sending me some folks. And I apologize because one thing I will say, it's not the easiest to always get in touch with someone because we do get our inboxes sort of bombarded. But for what it's worth, people from Inside have sent me startups, and sometimes I've said no because I'm like, oh, this just isn't a fit. I'm not going to waste I'm not going to waste the entrepreneur's time. Okay. I'll give you an example. I personally don't do much pre-seed, meaning like pre-launch. And so if someone emails me and is like, or I get connected to someone that they're like, we're raising, $1 million to launch our project. That's probably not a great fit for me personally. Not to say that the idea isn't interesting. But again, I do get a lot of emails, so it is best if you can find a way to get connected, and I think the folks at Inside are a great way to get connected. And then, of course, I'll respond very, very fast.
I emailed Friday, so I'll follow up later today.
Sounds good.
Okay,
Love the hustle.
I think if you're comfortable with this, I can give my email address and then forward to you.
Yeah.
Because you know that it's just coming through me.
That's helpful. I just get so many cold emails a day, so if it's not, I don't know, maybe actually having in the subject line even meet the fund is helpful just because I'll be like, oh, okay, this is someone that I should probably talk to. Other than that, yes, I do get a lot of cold/spam emails as well, so it's hard to triangulate.
Yeah.
I'm not going to forget you. That's for sure. So.
All right, we'll make this happen. Stephanie at Inside, inside.com, if you want to talk to Vivian, and then I'll just send you a one email summary of everyone.
Perfect.
Send me
that's great.
A paragraph. It'll be meet our fund. Okay, next question. Go for it.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm Carrington from Unblock, helping content creators turn their best ideas into comics, manga, and children's books. Great presentation. I'm curious to hear more about the startups that have reached 8 or 9 figures in revenue, but have decided to pivot into different industries or verticals. Can you speak more to that?
Yeah, I think there are some companies that I know that were in sort of like the copywriting space or like marketing tools space that were able to reach a very high degree of velocity, and again, maybe like 2 figures in revenue their first year. But then I think because it's so easy to start a copywriting tool on top of, you know, another popular one, AI summarization. If you were early to the space, you were like truly like, you know, before GPT-4 came out even, you were able to own sort of the SEO for that category. And if you were just sort of first to launch, people really love trying new AI tools, is something I've learned. I think the problem is maybe in that first year, you get to that double-digit revenue mark, you're on top of the world, but then soon you realize that churn is crazy, especially on the prosumer side. There are then now 20 new competitive products because it's so easy to build one. That's like often a question you have to ask yourself is like, if this is so easy to build, you have to expect 20 more competitors to pop up. And then it becomes a game of distribution. It becomes a game of who's the best at sort of SEO, paid CAC, maybe advertising through other channels like TikTok. But the question is that sustainable? You have to fight churn. I think this is a big problem with AI tools is, especially if you're consumer or prosumer first, is the churn can be really high. And more people are building things on the application layer every day. So how do you build stickiness within your customer base, I think is sort of the top of mind question. And what is the moat? A tool, for example, I hear that is doing very well in the copywriting space is writer.com. They have decided to go enterprise first. They've built in a lot of sort of security features to help enterprises use their own private data to train models and keep things segregated, like, you know, within these like on-prem or sort of private models. And so because they really invested in sort of security and enterprise first, they don't have the same like churn problems as a lot of the other like light wrappers on OpenAI do selling to consumers. And so many different approaches. That's just one that I've seen that seems to be working well. I'm not affiliated with the company, but just from an outsider's perspective.
Awesome, thank you.
Very helpful, yes.
Thank you so much. I'm Matthew, co-founder of Scrumly. We're focused on AI sprint planning, so automating that workflow. Question for you, with this huge cycle of hype happening right now, love to hear insights about what you're seeing between non-native and native AI applications and how that investment cycle, how that's coming about, and then how your firm thinks about those applications.
When you say non-native, you mean just like software products that just add AI into their workflow?
Exactly.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we see those folks as having an advantage. If you're just adding an AI feature into, you know, Notion is a great example, Adobe, Canva, et cetera. Like, you already own the customer base. It's very easy to distribute a new feature. But what's difficult for those folks to build from scratch is maybe a new model format or potentially something that is net new. I'll give you an example. I love Character AI as a company. I don't know that like Meta just embedding in sort of chat into their workflow is going to win. On the other hand, I do see Adobe launching sort of AI native workflows within their product as sort of a threat, just given, you know, they've executed fast and it is a product that I can see enterprises trusting. And so I think the question to ask yourself is, am I building something net new, or can I do something better than the incumbents can't? Which is a tough one in this hype cycle. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, great question. Cody.
Hi, Cody from FounderWay here. We make building and supporting startups simple with AI and data. Question around the UI and UX that you're seeing that is coming out, that is getting a proliferation or making things easier for consumers. You talked about like new media formats and platforms and things like that. And with AI being so new, just curious if you've seen any patterns around UI and UX that you've kind of been like, I think these are where things are trending.
Yeah, I think, you know, there is sort of this common belief that whoever owns, and I'll speak about this from the perspective of like tools that I've seen, particularly in the AI agent space. There is this belief that a lot of UI UX will get abstracted away, and whoever sort of owns the interface, whether it be OpenAI or Anthropic or others, like whoever owns the end customer will likely then, like, I think there's been a question where, is there even a need for UI UX? I think that there is, but in the case specifically for more vertical specific workflows. So I go back to enterprise software here. I think for consumer, it's interesting. Consumer is a little more up in the air because I do think, the concept of UI UX as we know it today may not exist. But where I don't see it going away is anything for a complex task. Like I just don't see agents as being able to perform very complex tasks for quite some time. And so today, like, I still think that one way to build defensibility is within building, it's not unlike just building vertical software today. Like why does, building Service Titan work over like a general horizontal platform? And I think it is just like understanding the user and what they're looking for. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't know if I have a great answer on this because I do think UI UX is gonna change a lot over the next few years, but we don't actually know which modalities are gonna win yet. And so it's very like up in the air question, I think.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh. Hi, Charlie.
If we could make it fast, we're trying. Okay,
really fast.
Let's make it real fast.
Hi, Charlie come from Fintech background. Actually, Uber was a client of mine when I was at Adyen. And just curious about where do you see the overlap of Fintech and AI?
Yeah, a lot of like consumer, personal finance, autopilot stuff, I think that is interesting, that's happening, that should happen. And then a lot of co-pilot for financial services on sort of the banking and hedge fund side. Fintech will be a hard one because of regulations, but I'm excited because there's a lot of data there that'll make it a really like viable industry for adopting AI.
That is really exciting. Vivian, this was amazing. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. See ya. All right, guys. Our next speaker is Vin Sashi. He's an investor at 2 Sigma Ventures, where he focuses on seed and Series A investments across AI, B2B SaaS, infrastructure, and developer tools. Hey, Vin, welcome.
Hi, great to meet you.
Here's the speaker.
Thank you. Cool. Hi, everyone. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so please bear with me. Okay, we have some legalese. Great, so I'll introduce myself first. So I'm at 2 Sigma Ventures, and we're an early stage venture fund. I'm mainly focused on AI, which is probably why you're here. B2B SaaS, infrastructure, and developer tools. In terms of my background, I spent 10 years in AI, B2B SaaS, and infrastructure. I did my PhD at Stanford, where I was really fortunate to work on large language model research in 2016, 2017. Spent some time at Google as well. Yeah, so I built some early LLM products at Apple, Google, and Amazon. And I worked on some startups. Really fortunate to work with some really bright people at MIT and Stanford. Okay, so in terms of 2 Sigma Ventures, we're a 10-year-old venture fund. We've invested in 112 companies. Predominantly at Series A. AUM is 1.6 billion, and we've had 14 exits. So you might be thinking, so we spun out of a hedge fund, 2 Sigma, and you might be thinking, well, why is 2 Sigma making investments in startups? Well, so a lot of the core thesis for why 2 Sigma got started was around the idea that investment management could be made a lot better if it was quantitative. And we're seeing a lot of the same things happen now with data science and AI, right? And so our fund aims to use a lot of our technical resources and our know-how in terms of transforming the investment management space. And we're seeing the same thing play out across many, many different verticals with AI and data and infrastructure. So we're a very concentrated fund. One thing that I would like to say is that a lot of our founders like working with us. So this is something we like to point out. This was a founder's choice. And the main idea is that you're supposed to pick who on your cap table you would want to work with again. And so this is something that we saw come out last year. We've consistently been at the top of this list. And it's something that we really pride ourselves on. So in terms of the core tenets of our strategy, I mentioned that we really do leverage more than 1,000 highly technical folks across infrastructure, machine learning, artificial intelligence. We have a lot of collaborations with universities. And of course, we're one of the, along with Google, we're one of the top hiring pools for PhDs in artificial intelligence. Okay, so now I'm going to maybe talk to something that is on the top of everyone's mind, which is where are the opportunities in generative AI, right? And well, there's a lot of things going on in the last year. This is a very noisy space. So maybe let's try to make some sense of where we see opportunities and where we're kind of allocating capital. So the first thing we'll do is we'll step back. So we believe that AI is kind of where cloud was 2 decades ago, right? We have these really foundational tools that are being used broadly. And in a sense, people don't really have a clear idea of how to make the most of them yet, right? And that being said, there's many billion-dollar companies that were created out of cloud. So I think that we'll likely see the same thing here. So I'll take you through a just a little toy problem, which is if I wanted to build an agent or an assistant that would book flights like this, right? I just want to text a bot and have it book a flight, and I want to put this into production. It sounds like a really simple thing, but there's actually a lot of companies yet to be built and tools yet to be scaled in just this simple example, right? So the first thing you might do is you might hit a foundation model, right, of your choice, or maybe you have an open source model. The next thing you do is you need to hit an orchestration layer, something like LangChain or Fixie, or there's a wide variety of other tools that are still being built right now. And then you kind of need to be able to interface with all of these different applications, right? So there's a lot of routing, and there's a lot of request rehandling. There's a lot of complexity just in this itself. And then when you put things into production, especially for large enterprises, there's a lot of challenges, with things like data pipelines to make sure that your data is up to, that everything is fresh, right? In your calendar, in your email, in your travel app, all of these things. You want to be able to monitor it and validate it so that if the lights go out, then and then lastly, you're probably going to want to have a good handle on security and privacy, especially as it relates to how a lot of these models are being used with third parties and that sort of thing, right? And then voila, finally, after all of that, you get this travel bot. And this is a this is a bit of a contrived example. It's a very simple example, but it kind of highlights the complexity to which building apps in this space takes, and really around a lot of the tooling that's also required, right? And so lastly, I'll leave you with kind of where we see the market and kind of some high-level areas that we've started making investments in. Obviously, we have a lot of work that's been done over the last really decade in foundation models, but as I mentioned before, there's a lot of tooling. That foundation model is really only that first block in the chain, and there's a lot of tooling and infrastructure that's necessary in order to bring these applications to scale, and so that millions and millions of people can use them the same way that SaaS proliferated 6-7 years ago, and then fortunately I think a lot of the money will be made on applications. So assuming that we have good tools and good infrastructure, we'll likely see many large AI first applications. Okay, that's what I had.
Let's do some Q&A. Have a seat. This is nice to get a lot of Q&A time before, a good chunk of Q&A time before lunch. You were saying third on the list of top VCs that founders love to work with. Why is that? What did the founders say?
Well, for one thing, we firmly believe that the founder knows best in terms of what they're building. They're the most exposed to what they're building, and so a lot of times. This is kind of a loaded question because you're asking me to speak poorly about other funds, but we let the founder stay in the driver's seat. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Like talking with founders, I have heard a lot of feedback about a heavy-handedness from VC firms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Evan, just a curious question. What made you want to go from scientist to investor? I know you worked at Google, AWS, Apple.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. And then secondly, what are your prerequisites for seed startups, considering that mostly Series A startups is what you look for?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fantastic question. So I spent time both as a scientist and as a startup engineer, building and scaling things from pre-seed to Series A and Series B, along with doing research. And really, I found that as a VC, the best thing you can do is be on the same page as the founder. And as a result, it felt like it was something that I was uniquely or especially well positioned for in terms of both understanding a lot of how these folks think, as well as being able to actually provide strong advice, both in terms of how to scale a startup past pre-seed, seed to like late stage, but also in terms of the technical challenges that could come about.
And then prerequisites for seed startups, considering I think I read that you do seed to Series B, mostly Series A.
Yeah. So we mainly do Series A, but we are quite interested in the seed space. In terms of seed, because we're a larger fund and we can make Series A investments, a lot of times at seed, we'll like to see something that is in kind of a white space, right? It's not as much about execution risk, but rather about a market risk, right? So for instance, if there's 15 startups operating in the same space, then given our larger fund side, we'd prefer to wait on that execution risk.
Great, thanks. I didn't introduce. I'm Ray, by the way.
Good to meet you.
Regimen Inc. We'll connect further.
Thank you. All right. Anita.
Thank you for the great presentation. So I'm Anita. I'm also a Zoogler and founder of Happiness Factors, the bridge between mental wellness, AI, and holistic best of East and West. And that being said, the problem with training some of the AI models for mental wellness is that many people say AI is not mature enough right now to really handle it without human oversight, because mental wellness is a very intricate problem, and if it adversely impacts the person whom we are trying to impact, then it's going to create lots of issues. And the other issue is that whoever is training the model, the bias that particular person has might show up in the AI model. So what are the different things you think we should do to remove that, as well as how much time it will take for AI models to become sophisticated enough for us to use it for mental wellness solutions?
Yeah, I mean, so in terms of mental health, and especially in a lot of these regulated medical domains, it's probably best to keep things human in the loop for as long as, at least in the short term, but likely even in the long term. And yeah, so this is a problem that every large tech company has been working on, and they haven't released very good products. It's not to say that there aren't good products at these companies. I've worked on them, but there's a lot of tail risk with such products, and as a result, a successful company in the space will make use of having a licensed or having a very well-trained practitioner in the loop on the product, and seek to improve the efficiency of what that workflow looks like, rather than automating that workflow.
Could you speak to other types of bias that we see in AI today and how companies are working on removing those?
Yeah, I mean, so honestly, like it's remarkably difficult to remove. Okay, so these things are trained on the entire internet, and depending on where you look, there's inherent biases on the web, right? And as a result, it's baked into the models themselves. I don't know if you guys saw. You can actually look at the prompt of GPT-4, and there's a lot of bias removal portions of it. Say like, don't make everyone the same gender, don't make everyone the same race, don't make everyone this and that, right? And so I think it's still something where companies are struggling with, and it's really, really kind of hand-wavy right now. We'll likely need to see, I think in order to actually have effective solutions for this, we'll likely need to see some regulation come into place.
Really? You think it's going to take that?
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, like if a large company is really only going to make it, like a zeroth order priority if
right, they're just going to use the
fire.
Data available to them.
Yeah. So that being said, I mean, companies are doing a great job of at least highlighting these things, and I think that this is yet another reason for open source models to be prioritized because we can actually experiment with them. We can you can try to break them, right? You can do the same thing with GPT-4, but really only in a shallow prompt layer, and not along the parameters or along the data that's being used to train it. So it's a very important problem, but it's very difficult to solve.
Interesting. Good question, Nina. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have neuroscientists and therapists on board
awesome.
to fine-tune it.
Cool.
That's
awesome. Very good. All right.
Hey, Vin, thanks. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes. Yeah. You can move a little closer.
Yeah, great presentation. I'm the founder of Say, which is essentially the developer tool space. And we are trying to make businesses more effective in how they leverage their development teams, which is to say we are trying to add more transparency in the whole development process, where designers, developers, and product managers can co-create every step of the way. And what we've seen, we've integrated generative AI wherever we could, but what we are seeing is that it's more probabilistic rather than deterministic as we go against some of these business-specific use cases. And therefore, we've relied on models that exist that we are able to test out, make sure that, we are able to get the right kind of responses, and trying to kind of localize some of these models so that we can make it more deterministic based on whatever data we feed it. Do you see that as a big challenge in companies that you've invested in, where it's a B2B space and it's not okay to be probabilistic? That's my first question. The second is, I would think that we are pretty small right now. We might be at the pre-seed stage. Would that be too early for you?
Yeah. So in terms of the I call those like high tail risk scenarios, right? And so that is a space that there's a lot of high value, verticals, like things like finance, or we just talked about medicine or mental health. We made an investment into a company called Zero Matter, which is a data simulation company for autonomous vehicles. And I think that a large part of this is like almost a year ago now, but a large part of the thesis there is that you need continuous simulation, you need continuous evaluation within the loop in order to keep driving the metrics forward. And then even more so, you have things like model drift or data drift, right? Depending on which axis you're looking on. And so it's a continuous problem, and in those types of scenarios, it's really imperative that a human still needs to be involved in the decision-making process, right? But I guess there's two things, right? There's continuous improvement through simulation and evaluation, but then you also have this need to keep a human in the loop, especially if it's a scenario in which there's the failure case is really not acceptable.
All right, thank you. Yeah. We've got one more question.
Hi, Vin. Thanks for being here. Thanks for mentioning finance also. My name is Darwin. I'm founder of SweetSpot. We're an AI-driven intelligence platform trying to be the digital C-suite for small business owners. With your extensive background in technology and research, and you mentioned wanting to keep the founders in the driver's seat, what do you look for in a non-technical founder that would really partner well with you?
Yeah. So I mean, do I see it? I think that there's a lot of opportunities for non-technical founders. And I think especially so on the app side, right? If you're looking at building tools in like finance or legal or marketing or sales or any of these areas, right? While there is significant value in folks who are technical and can build a first-class product, a lot of value in terms of customer adoption and retention and all of these things are going to be based on how well the apps that you're building are tailored to the end user. And so I think that there's in a sense, like those non-technical founders who have a deep domain expertise in a field in which they're building applications for, those folks are likely better positioned than a deeply technical person, right? That's not to say in terms of shaping product, right? So I think that there's a lot of opportunities for non-technical founders.
Interested in exploring some things in finance. Love to connect.
Cool. Yeah.
Do you have Connect info that you can share?
Yeah, so it's vin@twosigmaventures.com.
Vin@twosigmaventures.com. Okay, is it a quick one? Okay,
yes.
go.
Okay, my question is, I'm curious in your view, why is AI adoption, investment, innovation going so much faster than the previous paradigm shifts we've had, like the internet, cloud computing, etc.?
I know this one. It's Moore's Law.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, So Stephanie's right on. I mean, we've seen technological cycles contract over time, as I would say there's also a lot more VCs now. So.
Good point. Yeah, you need the funding for this technology to expand at the rate it does.
Yeah, so the VC asset class has also been expanded substantially. But yeah, so we're seeing technological cycles contract over time with a lot of the things I mentioned early in the talk about data and infrastructure. But also I think that, especially with AI, this is something that people are playing around with, right? Like nobody went in the early days of cloud and nobody did any of that, right? Like so, you get like 100 million users in the span of a couple weeks, unlike ChatGPT, right? And so this is like one of those things where there's like consumer interest, right? And as a result, that is able to maybe speed up the cycle even further.
Yeah, great question, great answer, tons of great info. Thank you so much.
Awesome, thank you guys.
All right, good to see you. Thank you. All right, guys, a few notes before I let you go. Please stop by the demo pit. There's some amazing things being built. Do a lap, check it out, even if it's just for a few minutes. At the end of lunch, you're going to hear some chimes in the auditorium that will bring you back in here for our remaining amazing speakers, and enjoy all the food and drink in the auditorium. We'll see you soon. So great to see all of your beautiful faces in here again. We have an amazing final half of the day planned for you. Some great VC firms still to come. I want to remind you about our survey here. Please feel free to scan that QR code and do this audio survey later. The winner will receive a free iPad. We will let you know if you're the winner on Friday. A few notes: food and drink in the concourse, the lobby. Chargers are at your chair, and you guys have been bringing the best questions today. Keep it up. I will tell you about the next speaker that is coming to the stage. Bianca Kaban is a principal at AIX Ventures, an AI-focused venture firm co-founded by former Salesforce chief scientist Richard Socher. So I want to welcome Bianca, and let's give her a warm round of applause. There's your clickers. Yep.
Great. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much, Stephanie. I'm Bianca Kaban. I'm a principal at AIX Ventures. And before I dive in, I just wanted to talk a little bit about my role at AIX. So at AIX Ventures, I focus on deal diligence and sourcing with an emphasis on enterprise AI applications, and also focus on portfolio support as well as building our founder community here in Silicon Valley. So diving into AIX Ventures. So just want to talk about the genesis behind AIX Ventures. And to start off, we are a pre-seed and seed VC firm. We were founded in 2021 by Richard Socher, who's the former chief scientist of Salesforce. He is also the world's #3 most cited NLP researcher and founder of U.com. And the story behind AIX is that upon his sale of his company MetaMind to Salesforce, Richard started to angel invest. And he was early on into Hugging Face, Weights and Biases, and Athelas. And he thought to himself, first of all, he didn't realize how good he'd be at angel investing, but also he really enjoyed supporting entrepreneurs through their early journey and helping to scale companies through mentorship. And so he thought, how could I continue to practice AI, but also scale up my investing? So he decided to partner with 3 other top AI practitioners. They include Peter Abil, who is a top roboticist at UC Berkeley and professor. And he's also co-founder of Covariant, which is a leading robotics SaaS company. And he's also one of the founding members of OpenAI. Then there's Anthony Goldblum, who's the founder of Kaggle, which is the largest machine learning community in the world. And Anthony sold Kaggle to Google. And then there's Chris Manning, who is a top NLP professor at Stanford. He's the world's #1 most cited NLP researcher. And he's also co-director of the Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence Institute at Stanford. So at AIX, we have a distributed model where our investment partners are part-time. With AIX, they're deeply immersed in our fund. They're involved in diligence, decision-making, and sourcing. But they're backed by a headquarter team, which you see here. And we're sort of comprised of seasoned investors and operators. And they include Sean Johnson, who's actually the co-founder of AIX Ventures. And he has a deep operating background. He led product engineering and design teams at Sequoia-backed companies, including NimbleRx and Lilt. And he sort of leads our firm in terms of really supporting founders in operating and their journey of building from zero beyond, to beyond. So I want to talk about a feature of AIX Ventures that I think is fairly unique to our fund relative to other funds that you might see focusing on AI. And that is, we are building one of the top AI and robotics communities in the world. And we're doing that by holding regular gatherings, founder summits, small dinners, virtual events that are really focused on discussing the state of the art of AI, but also all aspects of company building, whether it's finding product market fit or how to take your company from 0 to $1 million plus and beyond in revenue. And we can do that because we leverage our IPs, our investment partners, given most of them have actually sold companies and so have a lot of expertise on selling into the enterprise and go to market. So we do leverage our investment partners at these gatherings to speak and provide learnings to our community. But also we pull in founders of unicorn AI companies in our network. Many of them are our own portfolio companies to share their learnings about their growth and journey to unicorn status. And so this is something that is one of the most important initiatives we have at AIX Ventures, and I think a key component to why we're so special. So moving on to what we invest in. This is a statistic that many of you are probably already familiar with, but just to level set a bit, 2023 is already a record year for investment into generative AI startups, with funding topping $14 billion as of Q2 2023. And this is versus just $3 billion in all of 2022 alone. So obviously we're at a sea change, and there's a lot happening in AI, which we definitely feel deeply as an AI firm. And just to shed or to visualize this dynamic, this is a table of generative AI companies with more than 5 million raised as of March 2023. And you can see that on the left-hand side, there is a kind of concentration there of these new companies moving towards the right-hand side. There are fewer companies that have been at this for a longer time. And they span from all modalities of AI, from speech to text, video. Then you have vertical applications targeting specific industries, healthcare, and then of course you have the enablement layer, the infrastructure layer, ML ops, LLM ops, et cetera. And so just to visualize what's going on. So to talk a little bit more about the unique investment thesis of AIX Ventures, we think that there are going to be thousands of applications, of vertical applications of AI. And so we actually think that the technology has been moving much quicker than applications are being built, and that we are truly at the early innings of this sea change and this kind of new technological revolution. And more specifically, we think that every knowledge worker will be augmented with AI. And so how do we think about that? If you look at the P&L of an enterprise and you go line item by line item, whether it's revenue, cost of revenue, marketing, G&A, et cetera, every function at the enterprise level is going to be impacted by AI, and workflows will be built to automate a significant portion of those workers' day-to-day workflow. And so that's how we're thinking about it. Again, we think we're still in early stages, although you can kind of see companies that are already being built, and some of them are portfolio companies around each of these line items. And so some of the areas that we're particularly excited about when you look at the opportunity, we think customer service, there's still massive opportunity there, as well as product R&D, not related to software, and we have a couple of companies already in that space. And also this idea of agents in the enterprise and how enterprises are going to be leveraging agents for each particular domain, and also how those agents are going to be coordinated across an enterprise when they're domain specific. What's the orchestration layer that then needs to be built on top of that? So these are some of the areas that we're interested in, but more broadly, the way we think about this is the future of work, and that's something that we're going to be heavily focused on moving forward. So taking a step back, and I just wanted to talk about a topic that I think is certainly in the popular discourse when it comes to AI, and that's sort of artificial general intelligence and full job replacement. The idea that a computer will be able to think and act like a human. And so our position on this is nuanced, but one way to say it is that AI can be 100 times better than humans in some tasks, but we've actually made little progress when it comes to physical labor in unconstrained environments. And so what does that mean? If you look at this chart of price changes over the last 20 years of selected US consumer goods and services, you can see that while TVs, consumer electronics, toys, clothing, the prices for those have gone down over the last 20 years. The prices for things like hospital services, education, and housing have gone up. And so clearly, the technological innovations over the last 20 years have had not as much impact on these sectors on the top as the ones on the bottom, and that's reflected in how much it costs consumers. And so we actually see here an opportunity, a long-term opportunity, 10-year plus opportunity, where AI can actually start to play a role, more of a role in automating the physical world. And so just to shed light on this a bit more, we recently invested in a company called Amancro, and Amancro is working on a general purpose hospital robot, which essentially, and their first use case is to restock medication trays in a hospital pharmacy. And this is typically done by nurses or nurses' assistants, where they have to sometimes walk long distances to the patients or spend a lot of time just manually restocking trays. It's this mundane task, and as we all know, nurses are there's a shortage, they're overworked, and so what Amouncro is envisioning is a world where this robotic arm can take over this mundane task. And I think ultimately the kind of broader vision is that this should ideally bring down the costs of things like healthcare, which hopefully will benefit society as a whole. And so with that, I am happy to take questions. Thank you.
You go ahead and have a seat there. Thank you. Yeah, we have a good number of healthcare founders in the room, so I hope you guys bring questions. That was just one example, but okay, first question.
Yeah, so that your last point was fascinating, the unconstrained environments one. So I'm curious, have you guys been seeing anything in the agriculture or robotics inside, for example, like hospitality, the food system, or any kind of food supply chain, delivery, logistics, anything in legacy that still has a lot of, basically hands-on manual work? What have you guys seen in that space?
Yeah, so we have a company called Beagle Tech, which is working on automating certain tasks in wine agriculture, and it's an interesting. So what they're employing is essentially like mechanization, where they're incorporating computer vision and AI into mechanical systems, and so it's sort of a hybrid. And they're actually allowing for the farmers to navigate the system and actually kind of provide feedback and correct the system, so it's continuously self-learning. So we do have a bet in agriculture, and again, I think that this is a space that we think is a long-term opportunity, and we're looking at it. At the same time, I think probably the bulk of our fund too will be in enterprise AI and sort of the software layer.
Cool. Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, Rob Skiff. I'm with 3852 AI. We use artificial intelligence to automate design of experiments and the discovery of combination drug treatments for cancer. In terms of integrating AI with robotics, can you give us the name of a couple companies that you think are doing that really, really well in the healthcare field, and what sort of sets them apart?
So, yeah, a couple of names of companies doing this in healthcare. Well, I guess I talked about one, which is Amouncro, and if I think of others, I would say in the healthcare field, I mean, when it comes to healthcare, I think healthcare is going to be a large focus of our fund too. It's probably the second largest bucket that we're going to look at, second to enterprise AI applications and data and infrastructure. But on the healthcare side of things, we are looking at robotics, but I think the focus that we have there is more on what you talked about, actually. I think what your company is working on, which is on how to leverage AI to automate some of the product R&D, and specifically, we have a couple of investments that are working on how to do this when it comes to protein engineering and trying to find novel therapeutics, both as it relates to therapeutics, but also new molecules for chemical industrial engineering. And I think that Richard is someone who kind of pioneered this idea that LLMs there can be LLMs for language, but also LLMs that can predict the next best protein sequence. And so we have a couple of companies that are in this sort of R&D for protein engineering space. One of them is Profluent Bio, which is Ali Madani, who's one of the creators of ProGen, a large protein language model that came out of Salesforce. And then we also have another company called Exazyme, based out of Berlin, that's again working on protein engineering for industrial use cases. So for finding new molecules for carbon sequestration and other similar use cases in industry. So I would say that Amouncro stands out a little bit in our portfolio as fairly unique. And we tend to look more at some of the R&D applications in healthcare, specifically around proteins.
Super interesting. Go ahead.
Thank you for sharing. My name is PNP, founder and CEO of a startup called Emotions, AI-powered coaching and upskilling. It's in the future workspace. Curious, what are your thoughts in the space that we're operating in, using AI to make people more efficient and automate some of the tasks that they're doing. For example, like helping them to figure out how they can talk to their employees better, help them understand like the content from their company better, so they can onboard faster and be more efficient.
So, and you're just saying, sorry, what's this question?
What are your thoughts on in the kind of like leveraging AI in the future work, especially making employees more efficient space?
Yeah, I mean, this is our core thesis. So the future of work is going to be something that we spend the majority of time on as we're kind of embarking on Fund 2. And as it relates to what you're describing, employee productivity, what's interesting is that there are various ways this can happen. It sounds like yours is more of a vertical, kind of domain-focused initiative where you're working with maybe HR professionals to help extract information about employees, to understand how they're working, how to make them more productive. We do have an investment in the HR recruiting space, so slightly different, where a different part of HR, where in recruiting, which is called Moonhub. It's a company that's basically automating the work of a recruiter and helping them to. They've essentially amassed a very interesting data set, both from public data and other data sources of just employees that exist, like employable people, and are helping recruiters to automate a lot of the function of being able to say, I want someone with this background and someone who's worked at these top software companies, or I want very specific details about employees, and helping to find those candidates using AI and their data set that they've amassed. So we're looking at that in terms of, we've invested in that when it comes to HR. But I think what you're basically saying is that within each of these domains, within HR, within marketing, within G&A, there's accounting and finance, and there's so many different parts of those functions that can be automated. And I think ultimately we're waiting, and we're kind of trying to see how this space unfolds, because there's just so many opportunities for automation. And I think what we'd probably be really excited about are spaces where incumbents, there's still white space when it comes to incumbents, where there's someone that can step in and really change the landscape, and maybe not get crushed by an incumbent really quickly. There's a white space there. There's also a unique interface there that the founder is playing with. We talk a lot about this idea of gentle disruption, that we in order for adoption to happen, you don't want to necessarily have like a new application where you're pulling people away from their entrenched systems, but something that's sort of acting as a co-pilot that's gentle. Maybe it's incorporated in the browser. Maybe it's like something on the side of their work, and it's starting to understand how they're working and automating that. So we see limitless opportunities when it comes to each function, but we're kind of looking at how the founder is approaching taking this to market and their product vision.
What do you look for when you invest?
Sorry?
What do you look for when you invest?
So I guess I talked a lot about this domains and the spaces that we're looking at. When it comes to what we look for, the bulk of it is really driven by the founder. So we think about investing almost as if we're thinking about hiring, where we're really looking for certain attributes of the founder, and then flowing from that of their team in terms of just the softer skills. Like, for example, their ability, sort of the social emotional skills that you can't acquire through experience, and that, or you can rather, but just that are sometimes harder to suss out. But their ability to have a product vision, but also be able to know when to pivot and understand, their sensibilities around go-to-market, and their commercial sensibilities, hopefully through experience, but otherwise through just showing that they have good intuitions about how to there's going to be a lot of changes and pivoting they'll need to do. Can they do that? Like, what is their I guess the speed at which they're working, and their ability to just show that kind of grit. So I would say the bulk of what we look for is really around the founder piece.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, we unfortunately have to move on. Bianca, amazing information. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, if you can save questions for the next speaker, please do so. Up next, we're going to hear from Ab Cohen. After 13 years on Wall Street, he's been investing in startups since 2015, first as an angel, then as a scout at Lightspeed, and as a co-GP at Center Street Partners. It's a pre-seed focused fund investing in software, fintech, and internet businesses. Hello, thanks for being here.
You too. Thank you so much. Hey, everyone. Okay, let's see if this works. It's nice to meet you. I'm Ab Cohen, and I'm the co-GP at New York City-based early-stage fund Center Street Partners. And I have a lot to say today, so I'm just going to be referring to some notes, but I'm looking forward to meeting you all after the pitch. So it's been said that venture capital is the only asset class where the asset chooses the investor. I can't verify the source, but would agree that the quote is spot on, as proven by me pitching you here today. You, the founders building an AI and beyond. But why is that the case? Because VC is a people business. Founders are building for a problem they face. Investors are investing for founders trying to solve a problem they understand. The founder is the linchpin. You are what makes this venture wheel turn. We at Center Street understand this dynamic, and I'm excited today about the opportunity to be able to meet as many of you as possible and have you tell me what you're building. So I was born and raised in an Orthodox Jewish home in Brooklyn, New York, actually not too far from where Jason grew up in Bay Ridge. I spent my 38 years almost exclusively in New York City, even going to college at NYU, and working 13 straight years on Wall Street at the only firm I ever knew, UBS. Needless to say, I was pretty square and inexperienced and experienced little excitement, that is until I met my wife, Leandra. While we were courting each other in the early 2010s, Leandra started a lowly personal style blog called Man Repeller. Man Repeller turned into a groundbreaking female and fashion content digital media force and proudly advanced the cultural zeitgeist for 10 years while growing into a $10 million plus annual revenue and profitable bootstrap business. Moonlighting, you should check it out. Moonlighting as COO of Man Repeller pushed me well past my sheltered upbringing into a realm of startup and new business possibilities, starting with the burgeoning consumer venture ecosystem sprouting in downtown New York City. Companies like Warby Parker, Glossier, Reformation, Drunk Elephant. Today's modern, successful brand founders became friends and allowed us to invest in and alongside them. I started to better understand the mysterious world of venture capital, just as you are attempting to do today. I also explored raising money from VC and listened to their pitches of how they could turn Man Repeller into a rocket ship overnight. I learned that taking too much or too little money can be the death knell for any fantastic idea, and that VC might not be the right choice for every founder and company. It was only after these experiences that I got the stamp of validation from a premier Sand Hill Road venture firm, Lightspeed, where partner Nicole Quinn invited me to join as a scout. And over 3 separate cohorts in 5 years, the program helped teach me to source, diligence, negotiate, and ultimately, most importantly, support the founders we ultimately backed. So Center Street was launched on the back of these invaluable experiences. But my partner, Jonathan Kirstein, is the star of the show. I met Jonathan 5 years ago when he was the ripe age of 22 and quickly saw his potential in being a future Midas list investor. Jonathan and I share a deep and ingrained personal value system as a result of our almost identical upbringings in the communities and life experiences we faced in New York. Jonathan is high IQ, hungry, extremely hardworking, articulate, and egoless. He's a true student of the markets and is wise beyond his years in understanding the implications of compounding returns. He earned his investor stripes at the notorious New York City-based growth stage tech fund Insight Partners after sneaking his way in after graduating from Baruch College. And most importantly, founders love working with him and yearn for his pushing and prodding, making them better operators, leaders, and visionaries. You just need to ask the founders of Linktree or PayCargo, Splitwise, and so many more that he sourced, led, advised as a board member or otherwise. But what is Center Street? Well, we're focused on finding investors and founders at the earliest stages of company ideation and formation. We lead pre-seeds and co-invest in seed stage rounds, investing between $200,000 and $500,000 opportunistically into various themes within AI and ML, software, fintech, and consumer internet. And this is our first fund. Going into more detail about our portfolio construction model, we target initial ownerships between 2 and 5% and have been successfully hitting the top end of those targets more recently. We're targeting a portfolio of about 45 companies and leaving a portion for follow-on reserves into our early winners. We're 40% deployed through Fund 1 and have through mid-2025 to invest the balance. And we're actively investing across the US, Canada, EU, UK, and Israel. And we will travel to meet every founder we're in late stages of diligence with. And we're honored to be anchored by the family office of a very large and successful technology entrepreneur, someone who's deemed us his best ideas fund. We like to just call ourselves generalists. Of course, our best ideas are contingent on your best ideas. To unearth these founders, we work through a very specific set of criteria in our extensive early stage diligence and analysis. Our founder sourcing mechanisms are unique. While most early stage venture investors receive most of the deal flow from similar investors, we lean into a heavy outbound sourcing motion that was informed when Jonathan was at his previous firm. He was expected to be outbound to 25 new founders a week, and he's ported over those learnings to me. We'll see about 1,500 deals in 2023, taking hundreds of first conversations that will ultimately culminate in us making 12 new investments. Our diligence is intense. We're speaking to multiple references, analyzing competitors, the market, product and tech building capabilities, interviewing co-founders, and potential first hires. We take as much of an institutional approach to investing at the earliest stages that one could. And our final decision-making process is unique as well. We make our commitments with independent conviction and not on the backs of who the lead investor is. The final mile of our diligence process is us getting in a room and asking the following set of questions on the investment opportunity. And we often commit first and help our partners round up the rest of the syndicate with a deep bench of strategic follow-on investors, both from venture and not, that wait for our signal to invest. Once we commit, we immediately get to work and propose a 100-day plan that helps fill the company gaps we identified as part of the diligence process. Jonathan and I divide and conquer where we can help based on our specific skill set and experiences. We start with making sure the fundraise is completed in a timely manner. We move on to helping build and set the financial model that keeps the company on track to hitting key milestones necessary for product development and future financings, and so as to make sure the company is appropriately resourced. We then jump in deep with helping source, interview, negotiate, and hire their first employees and convince those that were on the fence to join the mission. And from there, we turn our business development engines on and introduce early design partners and first paying customers. We follow this playbook time and time again with companies like Accrue Savings, building in the consumer savings and embedded fintech space, Smarter and Inveterate, building in the e-com enablement software world, and Draftboard, building tools for enterprises to attract and retain talent. We work in close collaboration with our founders and are in regular conversation with them over WhatsApp and via our weekly check-ins. We also have an extensive multi-100-person list of advisors to the fund. The list includes senior PMs at Instagram and Patreon, CFOs at later stage startups, the global head of technology investing at PE juggernaut Apollo, and creators and influencers on the ground generating millions of daily impressions and dozens of viral moments. We know that you won't have a complete package on day one, but we do want to see that you can spike on some dimension and have the potential to prove excellence in one element of what you're building. We know founders will grow within their roles and become more well-rounded as operators and leaders, and we want to help you get there. So you've seen this slide plenty over the last 12 months, probably even a couple times today. Scott Belsky, the CPO of Adobe, said it best. Every wave of new companies that transform their respective industries is fueled by a major platform or technology shift. The advent of the web did this, the smartphone and mobile did this, and there's no doubt that AI is our next wave. Earlier shifts sparked mega trends that lasted more than 10 years and created tremendous value. They expanded markets and boosted productivity, increased IT spending, and attracted some of the best talent in the industry. Apple's market cap has risen 30 times since the iPhone was first introduced in 2007. Amazon's AWS has a revenue run rate of $80 billion. Integration of AI into your current tech stack could be enough for us to realize value from this technology. But the world will need new developer and security tools for the age of AI. And certain industries like litigation or anomaly forecasting and detection can be reimagined. And the exciting thing about AI startups right now is that most are solving a problem we can never do with the software before. The battlefield is not merely startups versus incumbents, but entirely new markets emerging that wouldn't have existed without AI. We're biased, but excited about 5 new portfolio companies in our current fund that are a fair representation of how we think about the different AI categories that we invest through during this AI platform shift. Our portfolio company, Contango, is building workflow tools and pricing discovery software for the trillion-dollar commodity chemical trading world. Contango aims to use ML models to best match the most optimal buyer and seller, accounting for price, time and cost to deliver, freight cost optimization, and even the carbon footprint of the transaction. Contango is using AI in what we call a narrow application. Electri One is a UK-based ex-Palantir and Deloitte team building virtual power plant capabilities for European energy suppliers and their customers. The concept of a fully optimized energy grid is still a moonshot, but Electri One is helping to get us closer by enabling energy companies to offer their customers like you and me the ability to sell back our home battery, solar power, heat pump, and EV energy to the grid during the days and times that we don't need the power. AI is enabling this demand flexibility and optimization to be realized, soon saving customers thousands of dollars a year on their home energy costs and reducing the burden on the already weak European energy grid. On the AI infrastructure and developer tool side, we backed a business from an astute team of AI and ML developers called Raylu. Raylu is building a developer framework for non-AI and ML engineers to seamlessly become impressive developers. And Pellis and another company called Vaten are 2 innovative AI-related companies that I'm happy to share more about with you after the presentation. But to better assess the opportunities and impressive founders we continue to come across building in AI, we put together the following investment scorecard. It's a useful tool that I want to provide to you, the founders, who are actually building an AI to better equip you as to start your fundraise and try to predict what VCs will ask and expect of you. Through my experience, I always found it to be a mystery as to how venture investors would decide on what to invest in. Jonathan and I really take an approach of building collaboratively. And in that spirit, I'm happy to quickly walk you through this framework and to share it with you afterwards. It starts more high level with the general startup questioning like that of sharing a founder's grand vision and if there are market tailwinds setting a company and product up for success. We then dive into a business model and dive deeper into trying to understand the competitive landscape, even more so than in non-AI startups. Competitors still building in stealth are always a threat. Differentiation around distribution and go-to-market need to be emphasized here. From there, we dive deeper into trying to understand the particular product and AI tech being used. We are by no means experts, but have built a good memory of questions to ask and issues to probe on. And finally, and always the most important element, trying to understand why this team, these founders, have the right to win across the AI paradigm and altogether. And so again, this is meant to be much more of a framework for us to grade startups on. We're not hard and fast with the scoring, but do use it to identify companies that we want to spend more time with over successive weeks. That is, of course, if the deal hasn't been already gobbled up by other investors. And it's as much about evaluating whether we are a fit for the founder as it is if they are a fit for us. And I thought this would be helpful for a tool for founders like yourselves to use in anticipation of pitching and even as early as concepting your AI company. Again, I'm happy to share a copy of the scorecard if you reach out after the presentation. So with that, I just want to say thank you. I'm honored to have speaking to you today. Thank you for considering Center Street Partners. Thank you to Stephanie, Jason, and the entire eatside.com team. From what I could tell, it's been a fantastically run event. And Jackie Deegan at Launch, I really want to thank her and her team. I've been lucky enough to be a judge for the Launch Accelerator for several cohorts at this point. No one does a better job at preparing founders for fundraising. I recommend you all apply. Thank you for considering Center Street. Thank you.
Awesome. Come see it here. Great presentation. Thank you. I know we have a lot of questions right off the bat. Go right ahead.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. My question would be, having seen hundreds, if not thousands, of pitch decks, what makes an Olympic level pitch deck in your eyes?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's got to be short, no more than 12 slides. It's got to be impactful right off the bat. I personally look for a representation of the founder and what really gives them the earned insight to build this tech and this product, whether they're technical or not, that they, from day one, know the problem that they're solving and know who they're going to be selling this product to. Again, as much as you can about front-loading that's what's most impactful to me in reviewing pitch decks.
Cool. Thank you.
Very concrete advice. Nice. Next.
Hi, AB. Thank you for your presentation. Love the focus on fintech. I'm a founder of a company trying to help small business with intelligence platform, but I'm a non-technical founder. So you mentioned helping hire in folks. So are you in a position where you actually can help match me up with a technical co-founder to get this business off the ground?
Yeah, it's case by case. We have a really robust group of founders or potential co-founders that we have that we can potentially sort of unearth to be helpful. But I would be highly doubtful that someone on that list is ready day one for you. But it enables us to start exploring about who we can then poach to try to match you. We haven't done that in the past in terms of matching co-founders. We usually like to see co-founders come together well in advance of even concepting the business. But it's a fun exercise that I'm willing to embark on.
Excellent. Thanks.
Yeah, we also heard a VC say earlier today, there's a misconception about co-founders, like needing a co-founder. Like there's a lot of research that shows there's very successful companies with just one founder.
Yeah, I go back and forth on that.
Yeah, who knows?
I think I'm right now in the co-founder necessary stage.
Yeah. Keep the founder in check.
Yeah.
How much of your scorecard do you expect people to have answers to? Because, like, for instance, in my experience, like talking to VCs, especially people who say they invest at the idea stage, and then you have a conversation with them and they say it's too early, and I'm like, earlier than the idea stage? What are you talking about? But essentially, like, looking at it, I'm like, okay, how much of the usually with those conversations, it comes down to what questions do you expect to have answered, and which ones do you think, yeah, it's okay, you don't know the answers to this right now, you could probably figure it out at a later stage.
Yeah, honestly, there needs to be notes on every single point, whether or not it's flushed out or not, but that you've thought about each point, absolutely. Even the business model, I know that might not be necessarily what you'd expect in idea stage, but just giving you the sense of maybe we can be going down in this direction with a business model based on this comp or that comp. If you're technical and building an AI, I'd really have the answers about what sets your product apart and be able to go into detail about the technical nature of the product.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
and with that scorecard, you said you wanted to send it to people.
Yeah.
What's the email address they should contact you at? Is it in the booth? Can we pull it back up?
Yeah, it was on the screen. It's ab@centerstreet.partners.
Okay. And if it's on a slide, last slide?
Last slide.
Okay, we'll see if we can get that back up. Right.
Nice.
Here we go.
Mike.
No, not Twitter.
Good question.
Mic check. Okay, so thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah,
and sharing. So 2 questions. Number 1, if a startup was kind of like close to a screaming 10 out of 10 based on your presentation, would you want to meet them soon? And sorry, I like that question. And then the second one is
yes.
The second one is, do you guys have an intent or desire to find and source scalable social impact related startups? Like, is that a thread that you're tracking and interested in relationship to AI within that domain?
Within AI, wow. I can't say I've seen anything.
Boom.
What's that? Yeah,
Boom.
you're right. Yes, and yes, but we tend to be thematic in terms of how we approach things. We'll see a kernel of an idea or a business in one way and sort of be attracted to a very similar one in another way, and then do a deep dive into that theme. So if I get a kernel of an idea within social impact, I'll probably see another one or two and then spend the next couple of weeks just seeing everything out there.
Good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Hey, just a quick question about your fintech from your vantage point when you're on the fintech side. Have you seen any movement in the sort of outsourced fractional CFO space in that realm? I noticed certain trends they're harder to find and build out sales teams, it's getting more expensive. So you have this emerging trend where you start having more outsourced firms. Have you seen any startups building in that space for those types of firms?
Absolutely. I could recall 2 or 3 off the top of my head and focus on it or using AI to outsource that functionality. And even more so in corporate development and the new business development functions for corporations. Like every single vertical at a company's got a few AI businesses being built as we speak, and we've seen a lot of them.
Is that what you're building in?
Yeah, so
Cool.
Building outsourced CFO firms for
Yeah.
complex hospitality businesses.
Would love to learn more.
It's basically software, and my background is my parents had one of the first restaurants that had launched with Panda Express back in the day. So we were kind of doing all that way back, decades ago. So grew up in the industry. So yeah, we can chat.
Awesome, thank you.
Hi, Abby. Thanks a lot for taking the time.
My pleasure.
I have a question on your AI thesis. Specifically, I'm building a developer tool. What we see currently is a lot of these AI developer tools, they are kind of wrappers around LLMs,
Sure.
majority of them. What do you see going into the future will bring the moat? Because every investor you go to, they ask you, what's your moat against OpenAI? And 99% of them are using OpenAI.
Yep.
So it means primarily do more than what you can do than OpenAI. So anything else apart from that, or how do you see growth of developer tools specifically built around LLMs?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's probably something we grapple with every day when we're seeing a new developer tool, and it's going to evolve tremendously over the next 12 to 24 months. I don't have to tell you, you guys are building. It's predominantly comes down to the team, that from the perspective of knowing the tech and being able to off the bat get to go to market with a particular design partner or customer set that's going to differentiate relative to the other ones.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ben, and we're building a co-pilot for creative consumer research. I have a question relating to the investment side. I noticed you have your investment scorecard, and based on your old background, do you ever see a day where AI is making picks in terms of which startups you would actually invest in the future?
I think there have been a couple of funds that have tried to do this, not necessarily labeling it as AI. I think it'll help whittle down the 1,200, the 1,500 we see a year to a couple of hundred that we can then explore a little bit more intensely, but not making the end pick. No, not at all. Like I said, we travel to meet our founders wherever they are in the world, and that's never going to go away.
That is high human touch to travel to the founder. What's the farthest you've gone?
We've gone to Italy.
To meet a founder. And did it work out?
No.
The dedication, though, it's there. Yeah. Everyone, round of applause for Abi. Amazing presentation. All right. Amazing job. Thank you so much. I'll take the click. Awesome. Well, we have Kosla Ventures up next, and we saw Kosla on a slide from an earlier presenter that was talking about their firm being number 3 on the ranking of VCs that founders like to work with. I noticed that Kosla was number 1. So we have Kanu Gulati, a partner at Kosla Ventures here today. Kosla is a Silicon Valley VC firm investing broadly in technology from seed to late stage funding. Kanu focuses on investments in enterprise applications and infrastructure, robotics and autonomous systems, and hardware acceleration. So we'll learn a lot about robotics today. Come on up, Kanu. Welcome. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for just setting up that for me in terms of what Kosla Ventures gets ranked in. Yeah, so I'm going to start with just a quick overview and introduction to Kosla Ventures, and then talk specifically about some of the questions I heard previously on moats in AI, et cetera. So let's start with, we are a multi-stage fund, 15 billion under management. We have a lot of flexibility in where we intercept a startup. We can invest a few $100K in incubate companies, and we've also written one of our largest checks, 50 million in OpenAI's earliest funding round. But our sweet spot is coming in early, so a seed or a Series A stage. And we help companies scale, help retire key risks, and over time like to build our ownership. So we are in this for the long term, and we think that better aligns us with founders such as yourself to build the biggest, baddest vision that can be and retire the biggest risks up front. Yes, we were ranked number 1, but let me start with talking about where we focus on. Early, bold, and impactful. We invest in a broad range of sectors, including enterprise, consumer, fintech, life sciences, and frontier. We are likely the only venture fund that has a portfolio which is a rocket company that launches satellites into space, includes a company that's commercializing manufacturing in space, and also building a Mach 5 plane. And the joke internally is the Mach 5 plane is a third fastest in our third fastest in the portfolio. Our technical expertise and experience prepares us to identify opportunities and take on deep bets, big, ambitious bets. To give you some examples, Rocket Labs, they came to us with blueprints of what a rocket launch at a low cost could be. And because based on our prior investments in the satellite space, we knew that there was a large market if you could deploy small satellites at specific times into particular orbits. So we did the seed investment in Rocket Lab. We were the earliest check in something of GitLab. They came to us with about 5 people with an idea of programming platform. And we saw the opportunity to build an end-to-end modern software building and deployment platform. And yes, I already mentioned OpenAI. We were the only VC firm that invested in one of their earliest investment rounds in like late 2018, early 2019, before this emergent behavior of neural nets or the fluency of ChatGPT or the power of ChatGPT was obvious to anyone. We come in early in several categories. We were the earliest investors in Impossible Foods. This was more than 10 years ago. Professor Pat Brown from Stanford, we kind of helped him incubate the idea. There was no VC firm at the time investing in the sector today called alternative meats or food tech. We were one of the earliest. So we think about like creating categories, and we're not shy about taking such deep bets. And similarly, we were the earliest check in Square, very early in Stripe, Guardant Health, and then several others. We have a strong emphasis in creating impact with deep tech. This is one of the areas I specifically spend a lot of time in, and I'll go more deeper into our thesis and how we think about moats in AI. So real quick, under 30 seconds, my background. I am, like I said, partner at Kosla Ventures. I did my master's and PhD focused in EE, focused on hardware acceleration. So NVIDIA and Intel were my PhD sponsors. My PhD dissertation was, I think at the time, I'm dating myself here, but at the time, the deep learning moment or the power of ImageNet and how deep learning can be applied to ImageNet wasn't obvious. But soon after, I realized like AI is probably the most exciting thing to speed up on hardware, and that's what I've been focusing on since. I was an NVIDIA graduate fellow, research scientist at Intel. They were also my PhD sponsors. Employee number 2 at a GPU-accelerated data query and visualization company called Heavy.ai. And at KV, I focus on investing in applications, leveraging advances in AI. I look at robotics, and I'll talk a little bit about it. I think about it as an extension, like yet another application of AI. I focus on developer tooling and infrastructure, and we'll cover some of this now. So as we think about our investment thesis, I wanted to categorize them into applications and infrastructure. Within applications, we look at automating tasks and augmenting tasks. So in the automating task, the AI agents are performing the tasks themselves, and this is typically under human supervision. These could be a customer service representative. So the AI bot doing an end-to-end call without ever having the call to be routed to a human. And these can be a more narrowly defined class of problems, like think if you wanted to just call FedEx and say, where's your package, or call your bank and update your address. You never should talk to a human. The AI bot can handle the call end-to-end. And there's a class of problems or a class of applications that qualify for automating the task itself, and the ROI that comes with it is very different. But that's a big opportunity. And similarly, there's another class which is redefining workflows or augmenting the human. So really building a 10x thing, the professional. This can be helping non-coders or non-deeply technical coders code, allowing sales teams to review sales contracts, or helping build a modern CRM and making just insights automatically getting distilled. Lots of different avenues here, but that's one classification of applications we think, and going into how these companies can create ROI for their customers and building moats can be slightly different, but this is one set of classifications. Those are a few examples of enterprise applications. I'm now going to talk a little bit about AI infrastructure, which I think is also very actively evolving and growing. We were the earliest investors in OpenAI, and we believe foundation models are here to stay, but we haven't stopped there. We've already invested in companies that are accelerating the capabilities of AI. For example, we are going to need differentiated hardware and software to make good use of these new capabilities. Custom agents need to be managed and controlled. Data needs to be provided to the AI models in in a prompting-based approach like RAG, which is retrieval augmented generation, or for AI can be fine-tuned for specific tasks. Safety and security will increasingly start playing a bigger role. And at scale, power efficiency in inference is going to start being more important. One of our investments, analog inference, for example, is targeting a 100x improvement in power efficiency over existing state-of-the-art by using analog components to do the core math that's needed for inference. Yet another category that we're focused on is investing and taking bets in what we call our missing pieces towards AGI. So again, we're very, very bullish on foundation models are here to stay, but we also think that there will be more solutions that when combined with LLMs can probably help us progress towards AGI faster. Ideas there would be, so one of the companies we've invested in is called Symbolica, that is attempting to combine statistical techniques with symbolic techniques to get to a trained model much faster, like 100x cheaply in terms of power or training time. Yet another idea is currently the LLMs are trained on all of the data which is on the internet, but that was designed for humans. What would an approach look like if we were figuring out what does that curriculum look like if we were trying to train an AI? Should it still be the internet's data that's used for design for humans, or should it be something different? So there are multiple angles that we're exploring beyond LLMs. We're not saying LLMs it is, even though we realize how powerful they are and probably helping, impacting just so many different industries. All right, I want to spend a few minutes talking about one of the most important questions in AI, and I also saw some audience questions around it. Where is the moat? If everybody can call an LLM, what is the advantage a startup can have over an incumbent or over another startup? We think about these questions very deeply, and internally, we have a moniker to talk about shallow versus deep AI applications. And we believe deep AI applications can help build an interesting moat. So these are some of the ways we talk about the differences between shallow and deep. Shallow AI apps, we think of them as usually some prompt, and we're combining it with a commodity LLM that's available. Could be the GPT-3, GPT-4. But on the deep AI apps, we expect companies to be collecting proprietary data set, which helps either with applying RAG-based techniques or fine-tuning-based techniques to improve the solution over time. This is like one axis along which I think a moat can be developed. Another angle is we would consider something shallow if it is just an add-on feature in an app, but the overall workflow stays the same. To give you an example, if you're using an LLM just to do summarization or provide a sentiment about some text which already exists, that's again not enough of a moat. On the other hand, when you're talking about deep AI apps, we are thinking if you can come up with a new workflow itself, which is AI first. This can have a much larger impact on the capability that you are providing to your customers, but also over time, the workflow can help build much deeper defensibility because of just better integrations that are built over time. If you're pulling multiple data sources, which you must be if you're helping, say, solving a problem for the enterprise, that's great. But we think it's more important to be reasoning over multiple data sources, again, to build a deeper moat and a better understanding and a better feedback system for your solution. One other angle is, we see a lot of applications that are being built knowing what GPT-4 can do today. And that's great, but we think we should already anticipate what GPT-5 or 6 can do, and that's a hard problem, but imagine if the reasoning is so much better and multimodal platforms get so much better, then what is the capability, and build around those. So don't go where the puck is going, so to speak. And while the demos in the shallow AI app, it's easier to build and show a demo, we think it's better to take the time to rethink the workflow, be more thoughtful about the overall execution, and come up with a more differentiated solution, even though it takes longer to build an initial demo. But we think that will allow for a larger potential outcome and help increase moat over time. I wanted to spend just a few talking points on the investment thesis in robotics, because not very few firms out there talk about it. We've had a few successes, but we are very, very aggressive in this space. If you're building in robotics, please come reach out to me. There are some trends that are just helping robotics, which is hardware, compute, sensing capability, etc. Everything is getting more capable, more efficient, cheaper, easier to use, etc. And the moat in robotics is in the AI and the software stack. So think of it, the technology stack, so simulation-first learning, how you evaluate the output of your LLMs and how do you maintain the quality of the LLMs. Building that right infrastructure is one way to build a very strong moat. Combining different sensors, so early sensor fusion to allow for improved sensing. Yet another is helping these models learn a skill without supervised learning, without manual human intervention. And really with robotics, we try to focus on solving an end-to-end problem, not so much like a core, just one of the components of an entire stack. The more you control the end-to-end application or end-to-end problem, I think the better you can build value and capture it. So in summary, I wanted to just share that we believe we are at the beginning of this AI era. It will continue to induce massive societal shifts. Innovation and investments in this space are accelerating. We at KV focus on deeply understanding the tech and roadmap for AI and robotics, and believe that investing in deep AI is important for the most ambitious and end-to-end outcomes. That's my few cents on AI and robotics. Thank you.
So do founders love investing with Kosla because you all are so smart?
We try to keep up with what's happening, right? It's just talk about AI. So much is changing and at such a rapid pace. The ecosystem is changing so rapidly that it's very hard to just say no, hey, I got a PhD 15 years ago and so everything is good. It doesn't work like that. We work very hard to keep up with trying to identify what's hype and what's practical, and then invest again where the puck is going.
Yeah, always learning. Awesome.
Hello. Hey, my name is Freedom. I am the founder of Cognit, where we are building a large genomic model, unlike a large language model. Mm-hmm. The whole idea is to actually take the corpus across cross-cell, cross-species, and do what LLM did, very similar to the playbook of OpenAI or Anthropic. Mm-hmm. We are extremely in the bio-pharma side, or the tech bio, which is the new coinage that I've heard. Would you consider that as infrastructure, A? And B, when we are actually building these models, there's a significant amount of initial capex that goes in. So whenever we talk about our fundraise in terms of a pre-seed, somehow the numbers does not fit in well. I can share the numbers at a later point in time. What's the best way to approach? A, do you consider this as an infra play when it comes to Kosla Ventures? And B, given your insight in terms of how much capex it goes into, what's your take on approaching foundational models like what we're building?
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think there's a very fine line between what's an application versus an infra, because if you are building your platform such that developers can build their end application in genomics, in biology-related applications, then yes, absolutely, it's an infrastructure play. If on the other hand, this is just a starting point, but your end customer needs an end application that they can use, and you're either displacing or creating a new application, then we think of it as an application. So it's a little bit dependent on the end value you're providing and who's your customer. We would consider all of these, like applications or infrastructure for us to consider investments in. To your other question on the amount needed in terms of the capex, et cetera, that's very case by case. We're not shy from taking on big bets, as you've seen, again, Rocket Company and Impossible Foods, et cetera. But we do think about what we consider as a risk retirement framework. So which is the risk that we are buying down with this raise? And how can we identify what is the biggest risk and what's the smallest amount with some buffer, or smartest amount, let me put it that way, is with some buffer that we can use to retire that risk. And you can break that problem down into building something much larger and much bigger. And we can then corral other funds that can do a much larger check. That was a little bit a similar playbook with even OpenAI in our case.
Thank you so much. I think what we're doing is an infra from your definition, which is literally building cross-species. So somebody who's working on climate tech, resistant crop, or if they are looking for better wine cultivar, they can do that. But as a company, the big head focus is actually polygenic diseases, which is cancer, neurodegenerative disease, coronary heart disease for humans.
Yeah.
But we are building, because it's cross-species, cross-tech, the playbook is exactly like OpenAI or Anthropic, where the long tail is where tens of thousands of biotech companies and pharmas and researchers will be able to use the pre-trained model to go ahead and build their individual assets.
Yeah. Please send us more information. Our information is on the website, and we have a full team that only focuses on life sciences, and so happy to chat.
Yeah, shout out to biotech. That's not easy. We were talking about putting the subject line "Meet Our Fund," so there's some context there when they email you. Does that sound good?
Absolutely.
Okay. Next.
Hi, Rob Skiff, 3852 AI. We automate design of experiments using artificial intelligence and robotics. In terms of a moat, do you consider experimental data that's used to produce a product part of a moat, especially if you're reproducing that across different types of, in our case, cancers and cell line results? Does that constitute a moat in your mind?
So we think of a moat as anything that gives you an advantage over other startups or incumbents, right? So even if it gives you a couple of year lead over another fast follower, yes, it's a moat, absolutely.
Yeah, that was a very succinct answer. Next.
Hi, my name is Olabode. We're trying to build a better Slack, essentially. I've said this 1,000 times to everybody here. And basically the thesis for us is like, hey, at the end of the day, AI is all over the place, and it's this thing you have to go to. But what we're trying to do is basically embedding in your workflow in the place where you work, and all kinds of things can happen from there, and then you layer a developer ecosystem on top of it and all of that. My question is, we're still in the build phase. How do you sort of identify, because from everything we've seen, it's like you're not afraid to go early even when there isn't necessarily anything out there, but how do you evaluate a project that is still in the workings, team knows how to build it? In our case, we always say we don't need that much money to build it at the end of the day. How do you sort of evaluate those type of projects? What's the evaluation criteria there?
Yeah, I might be repeating myself, but for us, identifying if everything works, what's the big vision? That probably is easy if you're just rebuilding or coming up with the next version of Slack. So what is the big vision? If everything works, can there be $1 billion+ in revenue opportunity? But the second and equally important thing for us to understand is how should we think about the risk retirement order? So which risks have already been retired in the next 1 to 2 years? Maybe it's a risk around building the best-in-class product. Maybe it's retiring the risk around, can we show the inherent virality, which is in a Slack-like solution? Or can we show how across multiple tools, this specific layer you're talking about does add value to somebody's workflow? Again, it depends on the specifics of the company, but we come up with what is this risk retirement order? And if we are aligned with the founding or the leadership team on that, I think we could make great partners.
Okay. All right.
Hi there. Thank you very much for your comments. I lead a B2B SaaS company building in the application layer, selling in the HR tech stack for Fortune 500 employers. I know you have some experience in the space. I really liked the framing of pulling data from multiple sources versus actually reasoning across those different sources and then sharing the insights with the buyer. When we sell into Fortune 500s, there's still a stigma there of being an AI-based company where some of that reasoning is happening in a black box. And there's been a big push, especially in certain jurisdictions, to when you have an AI model involved or you're using an LLM and some of that reasoning, to be able to show your work, to be able to show exactly what that reasoning is. And it's almost an allergic reaction sometimes from enterprise buyers that it just slows down the discovery process and the sale into that group. I'm really interested if you've either seen in your portfolio or if you just have a view on how you can essentially help enterprise buyers adopt these kind of technologies that we're building in that application layer. I totally agree with you that those insights is really where the very real value exists, but sometimes some of those kind of allergens in the enterprise just prevent them from fully adopting it. I hope that question was clear, but thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you. No, I think your question is very fair. There's a lot of research, but still early in going on, like how do you explain a model? How do you explain the outcome? Based on which input did I make a change, et cetera. It's still, we haven't solved it as a research community, as a society. Like we're still figuring out explaining a model and explaining the outcomes. We'll get there, I feel, but we're not there. I think what works today and that I've seen work for our portfolio companies is going with the right value proposition. Like if the value proposition is so strong and you can show that here, these are all the ways the models can fail, these are all the ways it can hallucinate, these are all the biases it has, and these are the guardrails I'm building around it, because your, hey, dear customer, brand will not be, impacted negatively, they're way more comfortable. So you have to go in with a very good quality solution for them. And so the infrastructure you build around evaluating the outcome, evaluating the biases, et cetera, has to be very, very good. And then at the early stages of the company, you have to go after the right kind of customer. Not every customer is the early adopter. So those are some of the ways my portfolio companies are solving. But yeah, the value is so exciting, at some point they'll stop asking you to explain every step. That's where we are relying on.
All right, great. Next.
Hi, I'm Ben from Synapbox, and we are a co-pilot for creative consumer research. What we're doing is interviewing people online to measure their emotions, their attention, and also their rational thought when they're watching creative content like advertising. We're in market with over $1 million in ARR with clients like AB InBev, Warner, to help them, make better ads and to, optimize their ad spending. What we do have as a defensive moat is a database of contextualized human emotions, where it's people's emotions, attention, also what are they really reacting to. And my question to you is, we've always had this internal thesis of, and I saw this on your previous slide, like the missing piece for AGI, where what do you think about training these models with emotional attention, contextualized emotions, et cetera, as the missing piece? That's what our hypothesis internally is, and kind of a North Star for later down the line. And just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
I think the data you're collecting is very valuable. I think the workflow around how you're collecting that data is also very valuable towards building an end application. I'll have to think more deeply about how does this impact or progress society towards AGI. Is it a new algorithmic technique that we can think about, or is it just different kind of data which doesn't exist on the internet and it's just yet another modality to train the AGI or AI on? But no, it's a good question. Thanks for sharing that.
I think the data itself is definitely very unique, and hopefully I can email you if you don't mind, and we can have a further chat on this. So thank you for your time.
So the next step there is for everyone to go to the website and just find a contact form?
Yeah. We try to respond to pretty much every email. It doesn't have to be a warm introduction.
Yeah.
Warm introduction won't hurt. But yes, you can just go on the website, and there's an email address, and we try across our investment team and operating partners to respond to everything.
Okay, that's great. If it's quick, we can do one more. That's all right?
Sure. So it sounds like the cost of misses or false positives in the industries that you play in are really, really high, meaning that you could differentiate yourself competitively on the margins just by making like an AI product that's slightly more accurate. How do you find if the technology that makes something more accurate is actually compelling? So for example, if I'm pitching you and I'm like, hey, I made this new version of self-critique, do you actually care about that? Or, you're saying, hey, I'll just wait till GPT-5 or GPT-6. Like, how do you figure out when something's actually unique in terms of making the responses more accurate and hard to replicate?
As I spoke about, we try to have an internal discussion on, is this something that's going to be available off the shelf once a GPT-5 exists, versus is this something, because it's coming from a workflow, or is it coming from a proprietary data set which, GPT-4 or OpenAI will not have access to. So we try to have a conviction around where the advantage might come. In terms of accuracy, it's hard to say, right? Again, it depends on the data type for a specific application and the customer. What is their tolerance of errors? What is their tolerance of a hallucination or a bias? And how much does it really matter to the end customer if you make it 3% more accurate or 100% more accurate, right? Like, what's their tolerance? So you have to look at the overall coherent story. It's hard to give an answer on one-off aspect of this.
Yeah, very nuanced answer. Kanu, you've been amazing. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Oh, wait,
I'll grab it.
Thank you.
All right, I know a lot of people have been excited about our next speakers. We've got three. John Hill from Techstars is their global evangelist. Techstars is the world's most active seed stage investor. Jessica Kang is the pipeline manager at Techstars, and Neil Sales-Griffin is the managing director of the Techstars accelerator programs across Chicago, San Francisco, and Oakland. So this wonderful trio can come on up. John, Jessica, and Neil, welcome.
Hello. Hi. Yeah. Good to see you. Hey. Good to see you.
What's up?
Hey, thanks for having us. I am Jessica King, and I'm the pipeline manager here at Techstars. We also have Neil and John joining us today. We're just going to go through a quick Techstars overview with me and Neil, and then we'll hand it over to John. All right. So Techstars was founded in 2006. Our goal at Techstars is to help founders get connected to the right resources to help them grow and do more faster. We help startups that are looking to get connected with different mentors, partners, and investors. We also help with corporations that are looking to be innovative or disruptive. And lastly, we help communities that are looking to empower different entrepreneurs in their ecosystem. You can think of it as how do we bring the spirit of entrepreneurship around the world. There are a few different resources that we have available to you. A lot of community programs. If you've ever been to a startup week or startup weekend, this is where people volunteer to come together, host a few events in their cities, and also host things like pitch competitions or hackathons as well. And then we have a Startup Digest, which is a newsletter that's focused on different verticals and industries. My favorite resource that we have is the Entrepreneur's Toolkit. You can sign up for this, and it's completely free. It's kind of a self-guided resource that has different videos, presentations, and worksheets that are available for founders. And our Founder Catalyst, which is a 10-week early-stage boot camp. You can think of this as more of a pre-accelerator experience. And then lastly is our accelerator programs, which is why we're all here today. You'll hear more about that from Neil, but it's essentially a 3-month program with up to $120,000 in funding and hands-on mentorship as well. All right, so I just wanted to highlight a few startup successes that we've had over the years. In 2013 was when we first had our first partnerships with Microsoft, Barclays, Disney, and Nike. And then in 2017, SendGrid became the first ever accelerator startup to IPO on the New York Stock Exchange. In 2018, Amazon acquired PillPack for $1 billion. And then in 2021, DigitalOcean, Sayfellow, Latch, and Owlet IPO'd. And as Stephanie mentioned, in 2023, we were named the world's most active pre-seed stage investor by PitchBook. All right, and there's a few more of our IPOs. And some numbers that I wanted to point out, we've ran 383 accelerators to date. That's because we do have a lot of global programs. And I wanted to also highlight that we've had 21 billion plus companies from our portfolio companies. So if you do apply, you will be in good company. There's been 600 plus selections per year. Applications are open now, so we'll tell you where to apply soon. In total, we've had over 3,700 companies, with 451 of those being acquired. All right, and lastly is the power of our network. Here you can see some great numbers, but I just wanted to highlight that we've had over 20,000 investors in our network with over 9,000 community programs, plus over 8,000 founders. So if you do choose to apply, you're gonna get connected to our whole entire network of resources that we have available to you. And Neil, over to you.
Oh, thank you. All right, what's up, y'all? I'm Neil again. It's good to see you all here today. And for those online, what's up? Last year was very different than this year. I think we did this online, right? So I'll go over a little bit of how our accelerators work. I think we have over 50 now, 57 around the world. But the format's largely the same, but they're all very unique and distinct at the same time. So we have 12 companies in every program that we run. We do a 3-month program, so it's around 12 to 13 weeks, depending on where it is. And a lot of people say that we get done in 13 weeks what a lot of companies would have done on their own in about 2 years. So it's by accelerator, we mean it. So as far as how the programming works, the first month is when the power of our network really comes together. And I love saying this because the more that we grow as Techstars, the more valuable the network becomes, because the more vast it really becomes and the more global it is. So the first month is deep with mentor engagement. We have this thing called Mentor Madness, where you essentially meet all the best possible mentors that we directly recruit for your specific companies and needs. And then in month 2, that's when things get serious. So that's all about building product, sales, helping figure out your growth strategy. We get into the war room with you and help you figure out what your company individually needs. And then for month 3, a lot of companies are focused on fundraising and prepping for demo day. It varies. I'll tell you this as an MD who's run now 9 programs over the past 4.5 years. Some companies are ready to fundraise right out the gate. Some need a little bit more progress and traction to be ready to go. Some are already closing their rounds before demo day happens. So we get a little bit of the gamut there. As far as a typical week, there's office hours, there's one-on-one time with MDs like myself. There's the all hands for KPIs that we always check in on. It almost feels like you're in a triage center, or you're basically meeting with a bunch of doctors to figure out all the right diagnoses and exams and tests that the founder needs help with. Founder stories are my favorite part, so that's when you hear failures and successes and everything in between, and you get access to functional experts that know exactly how to help you with your specific industry or problem or need. Pitch practice happens all the time. Most of the time at Techstars is actually free time for you to work and focus on building, where we're kind of at the ready to help you when you need it. And then last but not least, tons of programming, workshops, and content that we source from far and wide, as well as very bespoke, unique aspects to every single individual program. So with that being said, working with mentors is like the ultimate bread and butter for Techstars. I think we were the original, or one of the original accelerators back in 2007. So given that experience and our vast mentorship, I think we've got thousands, not thousands, but tens of thousands of people in our network that get involved in mentoring our programs. We also have corporate partners. So Comcast is an example, but I'll just give you mine in the Bay Area here. For Oakland, we have JP Morgan, and for San Francisco, we now have eBay as a partner. And then I've also worked with a bunch of partners in Chicago. They step up as mentors. Their C-level executives come and speak and meet the founders and offer strategic advice. Their venture arms are interested in follow-on investments. The level of connectivity that we've established at Techstars from a corporate reach standpoint, I think is bar none. And then as far as what we're looking for, so for all of you, as far as founders, it's all about who you are. We say team, 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 market progress idea, but I'll tell you for me, it's team, 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 and then a little bit of the rest. So it's all about who you are and how well you'll work with that specific program or managing director or market. So not one Techstars accelerator program is the same. So make sure you take the time to get to know the people behind it, the network, the community around it. Each one is unique, and it has its own kind of like tailored suit aspect to it, as opposed to a one-size-fits-all model. And then as far as the deal itself, you all can look up the specifics online. It's really straightforward. Common stock, so we're like part-time co-founders, less like direct investors to get preferred outcomes and shares. But it's way less about the money and much more about the experience and ultimate outcomes that you're getting. And the commitment from us only begins during the program itself. Afterwards, we have this thing we like to call Techstars for life. So the true benefit of the network happens in the years to come as you grow and scale your companies. And then last but not least, the perks. So there's over $4 million worth of perks from all of our corporate partners and supporters. A lot of the CTOs on the teams that I invest in really are grateful for all the additional credits that they get from the cloud and other access to a lot of our technical resources and much more. And then, Techstars is for life, like we said. So I have over 100 investments that I've made over the past 4 years with Techstars founders. And I can't believe how much progress all the companies I've had the pleasure to work with have made in just that short period of time. But now also, anywhere in the world that I go, I know I have a Techstars founder, mentor, investor, or an affiliate that I can call to get help from. And that's what makes it really special. All right, John, I will let you go from here.
All right, so I'm John Hill. I'm the evangelist at Techstars, fancy term for storyteller. Give you an idea of how much this event meant. I got on a plane this morning at 5:20 in Savannah, Georgia, after speaking in Hilton Head last night. Went through Atlanta, arrived here today in 4 hours. Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's a clappy bunch. Absolutely love that. I get on a plane at 5. I'm speaking at the Canadian Venture Forum in Banff tomorrow morning. So quick turn here. I am kind of like Liam Neeson in Taken. I have a particular set of skills, and it's partly through networking. I actually do one of the workshops in all our accelerator programs. We call it Power of the Network. I used to work at a little company some of you may have heard before called LinkedIn. I was their evangelist, and I showcase how you can navigate relational capital to create opportunity for yourself. I'm going to give all of you 3 lead lists on investors in 2 minutes. And so I'm going to go through a walkthrough on how you yourself can help your find the investors that are in your network. I'm a big fan of building quality relational networks, so I'm going to talk about that for a second. But start with LinkedIn itself, and I'm going to take you through a step process. So we're going to click on My Network up there. When we click on that, we're going to go over to the corner and hit Connections, which is up top. Once I hit Connections, I'm going to hit this little search with filters up there, which allows me to navigate my relational capital through filtering on LinkedIn in a much more effective way than doing the iterative search. So when I get on there, I'm a big believer in building quality networks, not quantity networks. I was at LinkedIn when Reid Hoffman was writing a book called The Startup of You. He showcased the importance of building quality relationships to help you get to where you need to go. What he found were 85% of job opportunities through relational networking, it wasn't about who you knew that created jobs for you if you were using relationships, it was who they know. I would surmise your business development, your sales, your investment opportunities is not about who you know, it's about who they know. And so that allows me to start to see what my network is of people who I can navigate. So when I select that, if I go over to the filters and come back down, one of the filters on industry code, the taxonomy that LinkedIn uses, is venture capital and private equity. So if I select that, I can then see all the people in my first and second level connections that are associated with venture capital. I have 92,000 people I can reach directly or indirectly. And then I can search this set. It's a Boolean search. So up top, if I put in quotes artificial intelligence, I can now see all the investors in my network associated with artificial intelligence at a first or second level. And how I relate to each one of them. So I can leverage relationships to get in. So for instance, Zeno is connected to Jens Lipinski, who used to be our MD in Berlin for Techstars. So I can navigate it that way. Second lead list I'm going to create for you. Oh, and by the way, I broke it down to San Francisco in my network, 383 people who are there. So I can do it from a local region. I can also use search terms to find people who are in the investment space. So I can do quote on angel investor on the search up here and find all the angel investors that are in my network. 870 are associated with artificial intelligence. And again, restrictive search as I go down. That's lead list number 2. Lead list number 3 goes through university. And I just want to prove out how powerful this is real quick. If a student from your university will reach out to you and say, hey, I want to learn a little bit more about who you are and what you're about, by show of hands, how many of you would take that call? Right? And if you don't raise your hand, you're going to hell. And I don't have that power, but I hope all of you do that and take that call, because I'm going to show you how you can leverage your own university networks. I went to Michigan State University. When I select that, I can select the university. If I click on that alumni button, it gives me access to an alumni tool, shows all the people who graduated from my university by where they live, where they work, what they do, what they're skilled at. If I hit plus add on what they're skilled at, I can actually put in venture capital as one of the taxonomy, and it will show me all the alumni that are associated with venture capital that have a profile on LinkedIn that are at Michigan State University. Now I could take that down to San Francisco, a hyper-economic zone. I can search right under that 767 alumni by anybody who's in artificial intelligence. That's lead list number 3. I will drop the microphone and we can take questions.
Great.
Thank you.
Well done.
Extra chairs if you guys want to take 2 over there. We'll bring one in the middle.
It's going to be you.
Mic drop, man.
Oh, yeah?
I hope you all got notes on that. Otherwise, wait for the replay and you can see how that was done. All right, go ahead.
Hey guys, my name is Hiro. I'm CEO and founder at Worky, and Worky is Copilot for freelance business. We're helping freelancers to prioritize client communication by improving AI for meeting preparation, invoicing, and accounting. Hey Neil, I was in investment committee twice last year for Chicago.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you. And finally we met in person. And thanks, John, for amazing presentation. Yeah, I've been following you guys for a while, and it's great to see the progress and all the value that you are giving back to the community. The question is, what's your global response to AI? Are you going to launch some specific programs for AI startups, or it's going to be more or less the same, but just with AI secret sauce? Thank you.
Great question. So I'll let you all pick up if there's anything I'm leaving out. But yeah, there's inevitably we're going to have some AI-specific programming and content and accelerators. That's already happening. But on top of that, a lot of our programs and all the deal flow I'm seeing incorporates AI in one way or another. So it's absolutely ever-present. I think we're at a phase now where it's very similar to when the internet came out. And a lot of people are getting excited about incorporating it in every which way.
Yeah, so just dovetail very quickly. We used to look at AI as a vertical, and it's turned to a horizontal. So it's
it's everywhere.
Okay, thank you, and good to see you.
Good to see you again, yeah.
Hey y'all, Cody Jung from FounderWay. We are simplifying startup building and support with AI and data. Specifically, we're making like a suite of tools for incubators right now that we're kind of going through some partnerships with, and was curious, like, what is Techstars' take on that internally, since you're so vast and cover such like a variety of different areas and sectors? Just wanted to see, like, what are your thoughts on AI internally as like such a large, I guess, investor or incubator or accelerator, however you want to consider yourselves?
Sure, yeah. Techstars is already incorporating AI into a lot of the products and services that we're building out for our founders. So we have a lot of new tools that are emerging. For example, like I think we have an elevator pitch generator tool that we're about to launch. But there's a bunch of other cool stuff on the way too. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, and we're also always looking at ways that we can experiment with different tools. I think that's something that I'm very lucky with within my role, where I get to work with all of our other divisions, such as Founder Catalyst and our community programs and our accelerators. So there's different ways that we can test it out, and we're always interested in learning more. So yeah, please connect with us.
Yeah, awesome, thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, yeah, just a quick question for John. So I actually have a side personal project. I built out this startup fundraising CRM until I was showing some of the founders here. What you just showed, I've been doing for years, right? And my quick question is, like, have you found a way to automate that process? Because I've hit LinkedIn and they blocked me a long time ago for different reasons.
Yeah.
So I was curious if you found any automated tools of doing exactly what you just showed, because it takes a long time to do that list.
So former spokesperson for LinkedIn, so I'm careful in answering these questions virtually and within audiences. Let's connect back on the back end. And actually, to anybody here, my email is john.hill@techstars.com. I'm happy to talk to anybody. And by the way, by show of hands, how many of you are entrepreneurs in this room?
Everybody.
I want to tell you, like, from a Techstars perspective, you are the most amazing people on the planet. I can say that about you. Don't say that about yourself. That's just weird. But you are all amazing human beings. And thank you for having us here. Stephanie, to you and Jason, Meet Our Fund. We've done it before. We love this. But this is really a great experience for us as much as it is for all of you.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were excited to hear from you guys. All right, next question. Let's go to this side.
Hey there. Knowing that you guys invest in so many different companies across every different sector, is there a kind of, what's it called? Like an average investment criteria you guys like to follow for no matter what you're investing in or looking at?
Yes. I think ultimately, like I said, team. What we're focused on are founders who have a very distinct and healthy obsession with customer success. So across any industry, no matter what, the underlying formula is the same. For the pattern recognition that we have for our most successful founders and companies and outcomes is very, very consistently related to that founding team, the vision they have, and the commitment they have to making sure that their customers are beyond successful. So that's the underlying characteristic that we're looking for in every screening committee that gets run across all 57 programs we have.
Yeah, and I also wanted to add to that as well. When Neil was mentioning that your experience will be different with every accelerator, it is because of the managing director's experience. So definitely after this, everybody should follow Neil on LinkedIn, get connected. But I would encourage you to do that for all of the MDs that you are interested in applying to their accelerator program, because then you can get to know their personalities a little bit more. You can see their investment styles and kind of see what directions they're looking for from their startup founders.
Yeah, we invest 12 at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, so it may seem like we're doing investments all over, but as an MD, I'm investing in 12 companies, and I'm working very, very closely with them, specifically and intimately, to help them solve their problems. Cool.
Because we're about out of time, I feel comfortable wrapping up here because I know that everyone can bring their questions to you guys via email, because you guys really live and breathe the give first philosophy. You guys are very generous with all of your time and information. So let's give it up for Techstars.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. That was awesome. Nice job. Speedy. I'll take that clicker. All right. Just like Techstars, we have another Meet Our Fund OG, because for the past 4 Meet Our Funds that we've had, I think Sheel has been a part of a few. So we are going to hear from Sheel Mohnot, co-founder and GP of Better Tomorrow Ventures, a seed stage venture capital fund investing in fintech companies globally. Sheel, welcome to the stage. Thanks for being here, man.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yes, there's a clicker.
Hey guys, great to meet you all. I'm Sheel from Better Tomorrow, as I was just introduced. Let me tell you a little bit about the fund and then a little bit about some stuff we're excited about. So first, me. Who am I? I'm a founder myself. Started a payments company and an auction company that were both acquired, one in 2012, one in 2015. And then since then, I've been investing in fintech companies pretty much exclusively since 2015. Now I feel old. And our whole team has been founders and operators. And we're really just trying to build the fund that we wish we had when we were entrepreneurs. And so we've founded a bunch of different companies. My co-GP, Jake, started a company called NerdWallet that IPO'd 2 years ago. And we started this fund really because we felt like there was a gap in the market. And that gap is a truly, a fund that's truly invested in all meanings of the word. And so we really want to be an extension of the teams that we back. And we feel like there are a few areas where we really spike. So one is hiring. When we were founders, we found that this was a really hard thing to do. And we brought on a full-time recruiter on our team, Yoni, who just helps our portfolio companies with hiring. Distribution and partnerships, we feel like because we're fintech experts, we are able to make a disproportionate impact in those two areas. We know all the likely partners. We can be really helpful there. And then, of course, fundraising. In almost every case, our companies that raised follow-on funding, we introduce them to that follow-on investor. And we basically had follow-on investments from every top investor in the Valley and beyond. So a little bit more about us, sort of numbers-wise. We're a $300 million AUM fund. Our most recent fund was $150 million, raised about a year and a half ago. And that's a seed fund. We also have a follow-on fund that's a $75 million vehicle. So the entire fund is about 4 years old. We started with Fund 1 end of 2019. It was $75 million, and then we raised a $150 million follow-on plus a $75 million top-up fund. Our check sizes are about $500,000 to $4 million bucks. Ownership 10 to 15%. One important thing is that we reserve a lot of capital for follow-ons, so we can, and that's just out of the main fund. We also have the follow-on fund. So we've deployed, and then we have other pools of capital. So we've deployed as much as $20 million into a single company. And aside from the core fund investments, we're really excited about pre-seed. And we're finding that there are a lot of companies that are able to accomplish a lot with a little bit of capital. So we launched the Mint. It's an accelerator in San Francisco, full-time, and we invest $500,000 in each of the companies. It's a really hands-on curriculum where we're in the office together every single day. Mentors who've been in include Eric, the CEO of Ramp, Ryan, the CEO of Flexport, Drew from Dropbox, Yinon from Albert. I think like 10 other sort of A-list names have come in and met with the companies. And it's not just a talk like this. It's actually like they come in, they have lunch or dinner with us, and people talk about their ideas. And we only have 7 companies in the accelerator. So it's been a really high signal to noise ratio. We just had our demo day last week for the 7 companies, and it went super well. We had about 200 investors in the audience. The other thing I should say is we invest globally. So while 70-ish% of our companies are US or US focused, we do invest all over the world. This year we've invested in a few. One is Bricks, B2B construction materials marketplace in the Middle East. We did Portal 3, which is a Navan for LATAM, and Fideo, which works on cross-border payments mostly with companies exporting from India. I should say that while a lot of these companies, you see sort of numbers-wise, we have a lot of international companies. Several of them are actually building in international markets, but focused on the US. So we have a few companies in India that have most of the team in India, but actually sell in the US or globally. The same is true for Israel, like most Israeli companies, and some of our European companies. So talk a little bit about some of the themes we've been investing behind recently. One that'll be no surprise to you is AI and fintech. We've mostly been investing in stuff that is building AI products that help incumbents succeed. And so we have a company in the accounting space that works with the biggest accounting firms and has a co-pilot they sell into them. We have a few other in that category, one for lawyers and others. We really like the embedded finance space. I'm going to touch on that a little bit later. And then we think there's a lot to improve on with the future of banking and payments. And then a little bit more, I'll talk about international trade. Okay, so global trade. Why do we like it? Well, first I'll say, like, we're moving past the vanilla fintech. So you had all these companies raise a ton of money over the last 10-ish years. And these are awesome companies. A lot of them, especially the ones that go after consumers, have been faced with fairly high customer acquisition costs. And a lot of them are balance sheet heavy businesses. So what does that mean? So if you are selling to consumers let's say a neobank like a Chime. So Chime obviously has been very successful, but there are hundreds of others that have not been so successful. And we think the reason is there's not a differentiated enough product, and selling the same type of product to a customer when customer acquisition costs are getting higher because of Meta and Apple and a whole host of other reasons is a challenge. And then balance sheet heavy businesses are tough for the venture world. Balance sheet heavy businesses, the biggest challenge is you're always raising debt and equity, and it's really easy to give out capital. It's hard to get it back. And the venture model is built on growth. If you're lending capital, it's easy to grow. It's easy to give out capital. It's hard to get it back. And at some point, a lot of companies have had issues there. But at the same time, we feel like fintech is not dead. Actually, we're just as excited about fintech as we were 4 years ago when we started the fund. And in fact, I'm actually maybe more excited than ever. I think there was too much capital in the market in 2021, meant that every one company we invested in, there were 4 or 5 others building the same damn thing. And now I think we have, and also there was too much capital going in. So we had companies that within 2 years of us investing, the companies had raised like hundreds of millions of dollars despite having, limited revenues. And I think that creates a world where companies are spending or feel like they need to grow headcount just to grow headcount. And that isn't the world that we particularly love. So we're pretty excited about where fintech is going now. And I talked about it a couple slides ago, but we think about embedded fintech a lot. So what does embedded fintech mean? Embedded fintech is if you're building a software product like a Toast, Procore, Mindbody, many others, Shopify, to name another, your core product is a SaaS product. So one example would be Toast. Toast sells point of sale software to restaurants. And that was how they started. And then they layered in more and more products. So they added a payroll solution. They added a lending product. They added a payments product. And most recently, they actually partnered with our portfolio company Unit to add a full banking product. And we think that that's a really exciting space. They are at the center of that restaurateur's world. Like, that's the software that they use for everything. And so if you use a piece of software to manage your business, we think you should also manage your finances through that piece of software. And we're excited about this. So we've invested in Unit, I mentioned. It's a banking as a service company. We invested in a company called Salsa that is a payroll as a service company that, again, a Toast could partner with. We invested in a company called Layer that's an accounting as a service company that automates accounting for folks using embedded fintech. Okay, so I mentioned I want to talk about global trade a little bit. We can talk about that. So global trade is a huge market, and it's driven by a ton of players, very fragmented market. So you have carriers, they're big ones that you guys know, but there's actually a very long tail of carriers that you don't know. They're freight forwarders like Flexport. We're an investor in Flexport. It's been a wild time. And there are a bunch of banks and a huge number of brokers and intermediaries in this business. And it's really massive. It's a $32 trillion industry. And there's a huge finance gap, nearly $2 trillion of a mismatch between what should be offered or what folks want from trade finance and what's available to them. And there are actually pretty good reasons why this gap exists. You have international companies, so doing foreign underwriting is very difficult. And banks often don't want to touch it because they might have some minimums. There's data that's missing. And it's just like not a high priority for these banks because it doesn't seemingly move the needle for them. So we feel like this is actually a big opportunity for fintech companies. And fintech companies can actually piece together all those various components to facilitate trust, streamline those disparate workflows, and help SMBs with financial planning. So we've been excited about investing in global trade, and we think that there's an opportunity here. There are a few things that we look for when we're investing in this category. One of them is that software and fintech are bundled from the start. So I talked a little bit about embedded finance, and those companies we talked about, Toast, Procore, Mindbody, they all started out with SaaS only. They then layered on fintech as time went on. With global trade, it's a little bit different. With global trade, I think it's important to have both from day one because the finance, like these customers are reluctant to buy software. And I think that there's an idea that if you sell both at once, they're actually hungrier for that solution. So we've seen success there. And then we've seen verticalization in a product. So if you're selling into let's talk about this company that does Indian exports or exports from India. They don't do every export from India. They start out in a particular industry. It might be chemicals, garments, whatever. But start with one vertical and build from there. And we like when there are fragmented industry marketplaces. There's just like, if it's an industry that has a bunch of different players and moving parts, and you can bring that together into a marketplace, that's something interesting for us. And we've invested across the space. So in freight forwarding and logistics, we've got companies. These companies are in one in Kenya, one in the UK, one in the United States, and that actually doesn't include Flexport, which is global. We've got a couple of marketplaces, one for food, one for construction materials. Those are Bricks and Clubby. And then on the payment side, and then KYC, KYB side. And I'm out of time, but that's kind of all I had to say about global trade and BTV. So happy to be here, and thank you.
Yeah, we'll get some questions. You can have a seat. We got time for 1 or 2 questions here. Do you want to kick us off over there? Go ahead.
Hey. Hi, Sheel. Nice to meet you again.
Likewise.
Yeah. I'm building a developer tool primarily focused on third-party integrations. And we started with Fintech because I used to work in Fintech, and you really cannot build any product in Fintech without doing multiple integrations.
Yeah.
So my question to you is primarily seeking advice that in Fintech vertical itself, what's the ideal domain or product, I would say, category to target, like payments and KYC, KYB, or something like that, to prove the point that our product will save you doing a bunch of time and boost productivity?
Yeah, I mean, I think in each of those categories you mentioned, there are opportunities. I think you want to look at the competitive landscape and see how good like the other options are out there. I think payments is a space that has a lot of need, though.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Sheel. Thanks so much for the presentation. My name is Darwin. I'm the founder of SweetSpot. You mentioned that you're helping AI and Fintech, you're helping incumbents. What are your thoughts on the next disruptor to the incumbents?
Yeah, I think disruption can certainly happen using AI. I think it's really important to think about distribution. And so if you have a AI solution but no customers, then probably the guy that already has distribution and a lot of capital and data is going to win. So I think about it more from who's going to be able to disrupt distribution.
Great.
Hi, Sheel. Great presentation. I'm curious to get your thoughts on how you see different emerging countries and cultures as far as using cash and going from a cash society to more of a cashless society, especially in like Kenya or Vietnam. How do you see those cultural trends changing, and what is your perspective on the next 5 to 7 years?
Yeah, in Kenya, obviously, we've seen mobile money be very successful, and they've got something unique with M-Pesa because elsewhere in the world, including the United States, people aren't willing to pay money to pay their friends, and M-Pesa actually charges a VIG, and that's something that Kenya has gotten used to, the rest of the world hasn't. It makes it a lot tougher for someone else building anywhere else in the world. You have to monetize in different ways, but I think it's a world we're hopefully moving towards.
Nice. Thank you.
So do you think those trends will go, like it's so popular in Kenya, is it going to come here?
I mean, we pay friends with Venmo,
Yeah,
and I think the reason it was popular in Kenya is they didn't have, like we've had and grown up with credit cards, debit cards in a way that a lot of these other markets didn't. And because we had that, there wasn't as acute a need. And in Kenya, every small merchant takes M-Pesa.
Right, and it's more bankless.
What?
Is it more bankless?
It is, yeah. It's through the mobile carrier Safaricom.
Mm-hmm.
In India, there's actually it's called UPI, a Universal Payments Interface, that you can pay money from one bank account to another seamlessly and instantly, unlike what we have in the United States, which if you use Zelle or Venmo, it's actually not instant. It's actually transferring money and then it takes time.
Yeah, interesting. Next question.
Hey, Sheel. First of all, on point Twitter game. Sheel is on point on Twitter.
Thank
always. So my question is about the Mint, right? I noticed a lot of VC firms, Sequoia Arc, Mint from BTV, A16Z also launching the seed stage type of accelerator. So number one, what's the strategy, if you can go a little bit more deeper apart from that? And like when it comes to, conflict, like YC invest into 10 same type of companies.
Yeah.
What is the strategy there?
Yeah, sure. So why we did the Mint is, so I ran an accelerator before, and 500 Fintech, and it was super successful. So we had 5 cohorts of 8, or no, I think it was 6 to 10 companies, and in every cohort there will be a unicorn. So it was a super successful accelerator, and founders from that accelerator have kept asking me, like, hey, my friend is building a business. I want them to have the experience that I had. How do we do that? And it's a different thing than YC. I think YC obviously has done a phenomenal job, but our experience is very different. It's very hands-on, it's in person. And I think for FinTech, there should be a more hands-on opportunity. So that's why we did it. And then you asked about companies that are doing the same thing. Look, I think we do our best not to have any conflicts. We don't have any in our portfolio, even though all we do is FinTech. We don't have any companies that are really doing the same thing. We take it, it's very important to us that our companies that we're involved in feel like we're able to dedicate everything to them. So we don't, if there was ever a question of a conflict, we would run it by our existing portfolio first. But inevitably there are things happen, and over time companies may pivot and move into the direction that another company has done, or at some later stage they go into a position. So an example is we're investors in Mercury, bank for startups. Hopefully you guys all use it. And we're also investors in a company called Relay. Relay is a SMB-focused neobank. And they started out selling totally different customer bases, but now over time, as they're 4 or 5 years old, actually more than that now, they're increasingly competing for the same customer. And it's not what we wanted, but it's fine. It happens, and Jake is on the board of Relay. Mercury is my investment, so we make sure not to cross paths there. We just have to be honest about it with everybody.
Thank you. I'm going to take an extra minute because I don't think we've heard a question from you yet. So let's get one more.
Okay. Thank you. I actually have 2 questions. Oh. Yeah, so first question is that terms of market. So what's your investment in retirement space? Because retirement is 1/3 US GDP. It's about 37 trillion, grows about 2 trillion every quarter. And then but it has owned by Fidelity's and Vanguard monsters. So is there any opportunity for startups like us to disrupt something has been there decades? If so, what do you think the best mode that would be?
Yeah, it's a great space, and there are tons of products helping people accumulate money, but very few startups helping people decumulate, which is the retirement opportunity. And one challenge has historically been retirees are not as tech savvy. I think that's changing now, and I think people, my parents' generation, my parents are in their 70s, I think they're pretty able, and the people that are just retiring today in their 60s are very able and smartphone savvy. So I think there's an opportunity there. A lot of folks have tried and failed. We have a company in our portfolio called Charlie, Charlie.com, that is a financial product for seniors. And they've built a really cool product that helps you get paid your Social Security check faster, and that's been they've been doing quite well. It's the founder of Oscar Health started this company, and we led the seed round.
Yeah, sorry. Second part is that we're a retirement as a service startup, and we're fully licensed. We'd love to reach out to you on LinkedIn. And additionally, we're a Series A startup, and I started with my co-founder 2 years ago. And long story short, that you invest in a lot of successful company, right? Right now, I'm at a space where I'm growing my sales, and so I'm between product-led sales or sales-led sales. And I feel like I can't really focus on both. And I think a lot of your investment kind of cross the both and swing between back and forth. So what kind of metric you're looking at? And second is how founder can make a decision on where to double down?
I think product-led growth has led a lot of people down this path of thinking they don't need sales, and it's bullshit. very, very, very few companies are actually product-led sales. Very, very few. Probably like less than 10 total. Like everybody has a sales team. Even people that tell you, CEOs that tell you they don't have a sales team, just look on LinkedIn and they're fucking lying. They all have sales teams. So, and I think particularly in your business, like that product's not going to sell itself. I would go sales-led.
Okay, sounds good. Because what happened is we start going after like marketing and trying to profile customers and then spending on like monies on like kind of like CAC to LTV ratio. It start increasing, but I was like, but if I do the sales-led playbook, I know every high counts and the revenues on each high count. So it's kind of like you shoot for the moon or you go the steady playbook. And so, yeah.
So go sales-led.
I would go sales-led. I mean, obviously, I don't know the particulars of your business, but my inclination is to go sales-led.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Sheel, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It's been great.
It's been fun.
All right, everyone. You know what? Before I introduce our next speaker, our final speaker, I love to take a collective shared breath, the biggest breath of the day. Let's energize. Breathe in. Our brains are oxygenated. We are ready to hear from Andrea, a partner on the early stage investment team at General Catalyst, very big AI VC firm. She loves to partner with ambitious enterprise founders building product-led companies. Andrea, come on out. Welcome. I'm going to get you the clicker in a second. Sheel stole our clicker, so we'll move through your slides. One button there.
All right, thank you. Hello, everyone. Very excited to be here today, and thanks again for the kind invitation. I'm Andrea Wang, currently principal at General Catalyst, and I help lead early stage enterprise investing, typically focus on pre-seed through Series A companies. And before joining General Catalyst and becoming a VC, I was an operator for a while. Most recently was at Amplitude, the leading product analytics company, leading the product growth team, where I learned all about how to marry bottoms-up product-led growth with enterprise sales motions. And before that, I was at Lime, was part of the very early team, helping them figure out early go-to-market, launch in the US, and expand internationally. So these days as a VC, I'm always very excited to apply a lot of my experience from working at hyper-growth startups, especially on the product and the go-to-market side, to help founders find early product market fit and scale long-term. So today, a lot of what I'm going to share about General Catalyst is precisely why I decided to join the firm as an investor a couple months back. So I'm going to go over who we are, how we're different, and also we'll spend the rest of the time talking about one of my favorite topics, which hopefully will be useful to many of you if you're on the early stage side of company building. And I'll share some tips and also some common mistakes that we typically see founders make with 0 to 1 go-to-market. So General Catalyst is a multi-stage venture capital firm. We were created in 2000 in Boston by two very entrepreneurial founders, David Fialco and Joe Cutler. Together, they had co-founded several companies together and wanted to start a venture capital firm to spread their entrepreneurial magic on this ecosystem at large. And they started out doing not only early stage venture capital investing, but also incubating companies because they had a lot of ideas and a lot of connectivity to the people who could make those ideas a reality. And quickly, we became one of the most highly regarded firms of the East Coast and then expanded to Silicon Valley and West Coast back in 2010. Fast forward to today, we invest in all geographies of the world and are a full stack investor, both investing in early stages and also growth stage companies. We're very thematic as investors and like to develop our point of view on how the world is changing. For example, global resilience is a cross-sector investment thesis that we have doubled down on in most recent years because when we are looking at what's happening in the world due to the geopolitics trends and we're seeing increased nationalization and increased power competition in the world, which gives interesting opportunities to startups that are trying to build more resilient and dynamic systems to some of the most important industries in the world, such as healthcare, financial services, defense tech, climate tech, etc. And in the last 20 plus years, we've had the fortune of partnering with some of the best founders. For example, in the early days of the companies in Boston, such as HubSpot, and some of the Silicon Valley companies like Stripe in Fintech, Livongo in healthcare, which is actually a company that we incubated within the firm, Snap in consumer, and Samsara in enterprise. And we've had a long track record of investing in AI companies, such as Glean, Hippocratic AI, Modular, Adept, etc. And now I want to share two of my favorite things about GC that I think make the firm really unique and might sound very different from many firms that you may have interacted with and heard about. Number one, a core part of the culture of the firm is to really be agents of change and it's inspiration for entrepreneurs and innovation, not just be an investor. We have that ethos in every single one on the investment team, whether it's an early stage investor or a growth stage investor, that we want to be actively co-building with the founders that we back and not just be an investor. And second thing that's unique about GC, in my point of view, is our focus on responsible innovation. This is a core principle of how we operate as a firm and the way we view ourselves and our role in the venture capital industry and the world at large. What this means is we don't want to just be investors that generate financial returns for ourselves and LPs and our founders. We care a lot about the greater societal impact through our investments and our activities. And in fact, when making every single investment decision, we ask ourselves, what are the potential unintended consequences that this company could have on the stakeholders in the ecosystem that it touches, and what could be the positive societal impact that this company could have in the future? And what are the ways as investors we could work with the founders to help shape and amplify that? So hopefully through this, you have a good understanding of General Catalyst as a firm and who we are and what makes us different. So now I want to use the rest of the presentation to dive into one of my favorite topics, 0 to 1 go-to-market. And before I start, I want to take a quick poll. How many of you are leading product-led businesses in terms of product being your primary go-to-market motion? Awesome. What about sales-led companies? Great. What about marketing-led? Awesome. So good distribution here. And some of you didn't raise your hands. I'm assuming you're still figuring that out. So first I want to start with, how do you figure out what should be the primary go-to-market motion for your product and business? Because still we hear that type of question from founders, and it's not super intuitive to figure that out yourself. Luckily, there's actually pattern to be gleaned when you study products in different categories and the companies that have come before you. So step number one is usually looking at and studying what is the primary go-to-market motion that have enabled some of the bigger and scaled companies in your product category to be successful. For example, if you are building a developer tools company, you must have heard that a lot of what makes a really successful developer tools company successful is a really good bottoms-up product-like growth motion. And typically, companies like to invest in developer communities to form really strong word of mouth for product distribution. And if you're building a more traditional enterprise software company selling into large enterprises, it's no secret that typically those types of companies have nailed their sales-led motion, because those buyers not only care about what is the best product out there that they can procure, there's actually a lot of stakeholder alignment and navigating the organization that you have to do in order to sell into a company. So step number one, if you do that study of the market and the companies and what type of go-to-market motion they have used, that get you 60% of the way in terms of figuring out what tends to work well for a product in your category. But other than that, there are some factors to consider as well. For example, on the early stage side, we often hear pitches from founders saying, we're building product X and we think that we can distribute the product from a very product-like growth motion in the future. And sometimes there's a disconnect because when we look at the product in its current state, even though it has the potential to be distributed in terms of a self-serve freemium product and have end user adopt and spread virally within the organization, maybe at the current stage, the product UI is still very, very complex. And putting myself in the end user's shoes, it's very difficult to figure out how to self-serve adopt the product today. Or maybe by using the product, you need to send data into a vendor, which typically involves some IT, legal, compliance reviews, and multi-stakeholder coordination within a company. So besides what this go-to-market motion could look like, also looking at the current level of friction for an end user to adopt your product also can help you refine what is the right motion today. And aside from that, there's a reason why when you look at very successful bottoms-up PLG companies out there, the average price point is not super, super high. And there's a reason for that. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar that a lot of credit card networks have a limit. So if you price your product to be way above that, then chances are those transactions are going to get declined. And that poses a lot of friction for the end user to adopt your product self-serve. There are exceptions, of course, but typically PLG products are priced below that limit for a good reason. And as mentioned before, depending on your target user and who you're selling into and what type of company you're going after, that tends to have implications on what type of go-to-market motion works well. So after you have gone through that exercise and figured out, okay, I am a product-led company right now or a sales-led company, then it's usually easy to think of a few tactics and channels you can go after to find your first couple of design partners or paying customers. Instead of going to the specific tactics in detail, I'm going to talk about some advice and things to consider when you approach the go-to-market phase. Number one, a lot of you might be constantly under a lot of pressure to hit the next growth target because of pressure from within yourself and also from investors to get to the next round milestone. And you could fall into the trap of optimizing for working with as many customers as possible, even in the early stages, while you're still figuring out what is the minimum lovable product that solves a big pain point. And the advice we often give to early stage founders that we work with is that actually at that critical stage where you're still shaping your product and solution, quality actually trumps quantity in terms of your customer base and who you work with. Because the time, who you spend time with, and what type of feedback you get in the early days is so critical. And we actually think it's better to work with smaller set of customers that feel your pain point more intensely are the right customers that you should go after versus spreading yourself way too thin and going after many different customer profiles or even sometimes across industries. And which is why sometimes charging customers early on can give you that signal of whether it is solving a big enough pain point. And delaying that might give you false signal on like whether there's actually willingness to pay down the line. And lastly, I think you might have heard conflicting advice on this topic. So I will share my personal point of view, and there's a lot of nuance to this, so bear with me. So many of you might have heard that you should get a lot of warm introductions from your existing network, your friends, selling to your friends' companies, or leverage your investor network to selling to their portfolio companies early on. And you might also hear that it's actually better to go with a completely cold sales outreach strategy, because this way you're targeting and talking to complete strangers who don't know you, who don't have a reason to take a meeting with you, and this way you can get more objective feedback on your product. So the truth is there's no right answer, and the right strategy falls somewhere in between. We as investors at GC like to make a lot of customer introductions for our portfolio companies, but we also recognize at the early stages, founder-led sales is incredibly important, especially if you're building a B2B company. There is just no way around the founder learning how to sell, learning the motion, and getting firsthand feedback from the prospects that you're talking to, even if it might feel incredibly time-consuming. So the right strategy, in my mind at least, is a blend of that. Of course, you should try to accelerate your rate of learning and getting early signal to validate your product and solution, but you should also keep in mind that you only get one shot of being in front of your key buyers. So instead of maxing out all the people that your investors could introduce you at the very beginning, I would actually encourage you to also go through other channels, get in front of strangers, like people you don't already know that fit into your ICP, get really objective feedback and learning how to do a sales motion. And then down the line, once you get some traction and social proof from other referenceable customers, you can easily lean on a lot of introductions from people within your network to accelerate that go-to-market and traction. And of course, after you have successfully sold into the first design partners or paying customers, it becomes the game of how to scale and accelerate that. We don't have time, unfortunately, today to dive into specific tactics. And again, it's very much case by case and dependent on what has worked well for you in the early days. But before I wrap up, want to share 4 common mistakes that we see in early go-to-market efforts. And number 1 is we see founders focus on growth too early before there is a product direction and enough conviction in the product direction. So all of you are familiar with the term leaky bucket. We actually see a lot of that in maybe even the seed stages when you're still trying to figure out, okay, is there market pull here? Is this the right product to be building? And when you're still asking yourself that question in that phase, the right thing isn't to scale the top of funnel acquisition as much as possible, because if you do that, then a lot of your potential leads that could become customers down the line would just churn in the funnel. And instead, focusing more of your energy and time on customer discovery, pinpoint validation might be a better time spent. And also, don't outsource growth responsibility to contractors or outside hire too early. That's why when a lot of seed stage founders ask us, who should we hire for head of growth, our answer typically is, do you actually need one? Because before you have clear product market fit, you should actually do founder-led sales for as long as possible so that you get the right feedback firsthand and not hear it secondhand from anyone else on the team. And you should also double down on existing channels that work really well. That's probably the number 1 thing I have learned from my time operating and doing PLG is that you should add fuel to existing channels that are already working. And then if you have additional bandwidth and resources, you could, of course, test out additional channels to test their ROI. And finally, you should apply the right growth tactic and approach to your product and category. There are a lot of success stories out there of companies that have grown successfully going after certain channels, but you should really figure out if that is the right fit for you and your category. So that's it, and hopefully it's semi-helpful for many of you who are still early in the company building, and there's a lot of nuance to the topic, so happy to discuss one-on-one or answer any questions.
Yeah, let's do some questions. Hope that was helpful. That was extremely helpful, very detailed. Let's start off with our first question.
Hi, technical founder here. One of the things that I've always struggled with is sort of figuring out, how do you do outreach? I usually say to my team, hey, I suck at prospecting. I'm really great at closing. Bringing me. So what is the advice you typically give technical teams when they're sort of thinking about, it's very easy to product-led growth your way into oblivion, right? But in my own case, for instance, I'm here in San Francisco. I live in Europe, and I'm talking to people and not writing a line of code. So what are the other sort of tactics you give into early stage companies that way, and how to figure out their go-to-market strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. So several things that I typically heard from founders that they find helpful. Number 1 is talking to other founders who maybe are just several months ahead and 1 step ahead. They have gone through this journey. I'm sure there are a lot of technical founders out there who have never done sales for a single day in their lives prior to starting this company. And they could give you a lot of great advice on what they find helpful, what type of gotchas, especially within certain industries. The sales process might look very different. Like selling to an SMB is very different from selling to an enterprise. Selling into the healthcare industry specifically looks very different from selling to a horizontal SaaS company. So try to look for founders playing in similar spaces as you, and then get as much help and advice from them. Number 2, definitely a fan of bringing on strategic angels or advisors early on as well, who are maybe go-to-market leaders and sales leaders at companies before you even need them. Because I think one way to think about your cap table and who to bring on is not just people who can help you in the current stage, but what type of competency is missing on the team that an advisor or an angel investor could be really helpful down the line as well. So you could leverage the fundraising process to fill that gap as well.
Great advice. Next.
Thank you. Great presentation, and I got lots of notes from that. So I'm into my seed stage, and currently I have 3 small clients and talking to a big client, which will give me a couple of $1 million of revenue. So my question is, we don't have any such process in place because we are bootstrapped right now. So, and I'm leading the sales process because most of my team is offshore. So me and another person are the only ones here. So what kind of advice would you give to someone like me in a bootstrap stage? And another thing is, right now I'm talking to someone who was head of sales for another company to bring her on as an advisor for my marketing and sales cycle. So is that a good approach, or shall I wait, or shall I just, I do have a couple of angels interested, but till they come on board, I can't ask them for that kind of advice. So what advice would you give to someone in my kind of situation where I have a mental wellness startup, Happiness Factors? We sell B2B for employee wellness solutions to different companies.
Yeah, it seems like you are doing all the right things, first of all. So without having too much context on like the top of mind problems for you, I think it seems like you're already having early traction and are looking to scale that. I think one thing that I touched on in the presentation is to make sure that you're allocating your time with the right customers. And I think the starting point of that is going back to the product differentiation and your unique product strategy. What is, why do you think your product wins, and with which segment, and going aggressively after those as much as possible. And then also thinking about the future product expansions. What types of customers do you want to sell into, but do not have enough traction yet? And then maybe now is the right time to start like relationship building and do a lot of discovery with them, but allocating your time such that you're focusing on the now, but still allocating some time to think about the future and the strategy. And your second question is around, I think, around angels, whether to bring them on board now. So I actually find that because early stage investing is so competitive and there's a lot of demand to fund high quality founders and companies, you can actually put angel investors and a lot of strategic people to work even before they put any money into your company. So actually that's a great way to suss out if that's a person you should be working with. Are they truly motivated by your company's mission, such that even before you give them an allocation in a company, they're already actively brainstorming with you what type of help and connections they can make today versus in the future. This is very general advice, but I would encourage you to take advantage of people who are interested in partnering with you, and also maximizing what you can get out of them even before they decide to invest as well.
Yeah, I have 2 of them who are very interested in my company, and I've been talking to them. So that's a good approach, right? And is there a way I can reach out to you if I have further questions?
Yeah, absolutely. So I actually list my email on my LinkedIn page, so
sure.
Welcome anyone to follow up.
Oh, okay.
Thank
great.
you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. You said your email is on your LinkedIn page?
Yes.
Okay, great. Look her up, everybody. Next.
Thanks. Hi, Andrea. I'm Pian. Messaged you before. Founder of Emotions AI-powered coaching and upskilling startup. So we have a SaaS model. Like we have a free tier. Anyone can sign up to our product to try the AI coach for free. We also have more like the enterprise facing where we can customize the product. So I'm curious, like what have you seen kind of effective for the kind of model that may be combining sales with kind of product-led growth? But I mean, it's like we're trying to figure out how to go to market right now as well.
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's where I spent a lot of time solving for at Amplitude. So several things and lessons learned. Number one, to make PLG work well with enterprise sales. Among your different tiers, there needs to be different ICP that each of your pricing tiers is focused on. So for example, like the enterprise customer, when they land on your website, they shouldn't look at the free plan and think that's sufficient and fits their needs. So a lot of the art is in pricing and packaging, how you understand each of your customer segments really well, what features they find useful, which ones they would pay for, and packages and prices such that there's no overlap in ICP between the tiers. Because if that happens, like your sales team is going to be in wars with your product team and thinking like they are cannibalizing each other. So a lot of it is coming down to pricing and packaging at the end of the day. But secondly, I think if you're in the early stages of company building, it's really hard to do both really well. So I would just pick one to make sure that you're like building into like a well-oiled machine. And then once you have nailed that, then allocate more of your product or go-to-market resources to the other channel. So typically, I think based on the product category, there is some sort of pattern in like whether product-led should be your like starting point to go to market, and then you layer on enterprise sales, or if you should start with enterprise sales and then layer on PLG afterwards.
Thank you. Yeah. One more quick question. What do you look for when you invest?
Yeah, so there's actually no straight answer, but typically what I personally look for is a founder that has great founder market fit. Someone who has done the homework and has a genuine connection to the problem that they're solving for, and have thought very deeply about the space and the strategy that they're taking, such that like when you hear the idea, even if you've met like 10 other teams building this space, you can clearly tell how it's differentiated and have confidence in them being able to like have a winning strategy in the market. Also looking out for founders that on a personal level, I'm looking to like partner with for the next 10 years.
Thank you.
Great. And just remind us, what's the favorite stage and check size for General Catalyst?
Yeah, so General Catalyst is a multi-stage firm, which means we invest across the spectrum from like super early idea inception stage, pre-seed, through the growth stages. I personally focus on early stage, pre-seed through Series A, and the check size varies quite a bit, and we're pretty flexible.
Yeah, so like everything.
Hi, Andrea. I'm Darwin. I am the founder of SweetSpot. I like what you said about responsible innovation and societal impact. I just want to hear your thoughts on, like, I've been with Series B companies where I kind of directly conflicted with the board where they said, hey, we want to focus on short-term profits and the highest margin things as opposed to things with the best societal impact. I just want to hear your thoughts on like how you balance that, being that you're a venture partner and at the end of the day, everybody wants to make a little bit of money.
Yeah, so I think the interesting thing that we've learned at General Catalyst is that founders that have the ambition to have that positive impact on the entire world and not just like micro focus on their specific business or category, those tend to generate bigger financial outcomes at the end of the day because they're driven by something larger, and they wouldn't stop, they wouldn't compromise on anything until they've achieved their ambition at that scale. So maybe like one advice there would be to actually like use a lot of those case studies as examples of how those two go hand in hand, and it's not a compromise. It's more like your scale of ambition that also tends to positively correlate with financial outcomes too.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I mean, I think we do the right thing, we will make money, but it just takes a little longer time. And so they were focused on short term versus long term.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Great.
Thanks so much for the comments. I lead a B2B SaaS company selling into the HR stack for large enterprise companies. We are late seed stage, and we've been fortunate to earn early traction with a lot of those early customers. And we're kind of graduating to the point of now being more conscious and more deliberate about how we structure those pilots so that we can start telling the story of how our share of wallet, how our business with those customers will grow over time. I think we're kind of getting ready for that Series A story that may be a little bit different than the original seed story. From your perspective, when you're looking at those kind of companies at that stage, late seed, Series A, I appreciate your point around quality over quantity. In terms of how those quality relationships are structured, are there any elements of how a commercial arrangement between a startup and their enterprise customers, are there any elements of that relationship that you tend to focus on or really tend to look for? Any kind of comments there would be super helpful.
Yeah, so typically we like to do references with your customers to understand what problem you're solving for them. And in that process, we get a pretty good sense of how deep the pain point is, which tends to reflect in their willingness to pay. Not saying you should only focus on the highest LTV customers, only going after the enterprise. It really depends on your product strategy, how you differentiate in that market and what is the right set of customers to be focused on. But in short answer, we can sort of tell from both the qualitative feedback that we get and also the quantitative usage data of the retention and expansion data as well.
Thank you.
Great.
Hey, I'm Ray. Thanks for taking questions. I have a sales advisor we're looking to engage with, someone we really like and trust. Would love for him to come on as a CRO down the road. We're just not there yet. I wanted to know your feedback on the FAST agreement for equity. Would you also add some kind of commission on closed deals that got brought in from that person, or would you only bake that into the equity?
Yeah, so from my understanding, it's really case by case, and based on who you're working with, they might have a preference for cash comp versus equity comp as well. It really depends on the sales advisor's risk appetite at the end of the day. There's no set rule, and also it depends on your cash flow situation as well.
Yeah, great point. Okay, so you're not allergic to offering a commission per se, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't spoken with that many sales advisors in the market to know what is the right way about doing that, but I can definitely circle back with our talent team and also share what we think is the best strategy.
Oh, I wasn't assigning you homework, but yeah. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your insights. Thank you.
Great. We can take another.
Hey, Andrea. I took a lot of notes. Thank you for all the insight. My name is Ray. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Regimen. I've explained it a million times, but it's a platform to efficiently help professionals apply the habits of top performers. I know you love co-building with the founders that you work with. Could you give me a Cliff's Notes case study of how you've helped them go from idea or any early stage to a minimal, lovable product?
Yeah, absolutely. So I actually work with one pre-seed company who, when we met, they had a large vision for the type of world and impact they want to create, but didn't quite know what the MVP looked like and how to get there. And it happened to be in a space that I'm pretty familiar with from my operating experience from Amplitude, so sort of playing in the personalization, analytics, session replay space. So the way we partner is we meet weekly to review their learnings from their discovery calls. And I would lend a lot of my experience in this category, sharing from a perspective of selling into growth teams or product teams or marketing teams. What is their, how does a buyer think about this problem? Is it deep enough? And then how to look at different players in the space to really make sure even the initial wedge needs to be differentiated enough such that it's sticky enough, and then you can also have enough room to expand to adjacent use cases down the line. So, but we are also very careful not to pretend we are founders, and we want to encourage them to collect as much outside feedback from real prospects and buyers as possible, and then heavily caveating that even though we bring wealth of experiences from our past careers and across different companies, we're just opinion of one, and they need to do the legwork of talking to their customers as well. But that's one example where, for example, I was very hands-on in helping them dissect the feedback and working with them every step of the way to really think about the market opportunity, the right wedge, and who's the right buyer, etc.
Now, did you help them expand further as well, or pivot? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so we are still early in the company building phases. So they're in the process of building out the MVP right now. So they haven't gotten to the stage of like expansions. Yeah.
Great. Well, I'd love to establish a minimal, lovable meeting with you. So I'll email you.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Hopefully this is the last question. My name is Shamad. I'm the founder of Jams Next. We're building AI-assisted business workflow system currently focused on hiring. My question is around founder-led sales. Just around that concept, what are some of the tools, systems, processes do you recommend in order to organize that sales process at the early stage?
Yeah, so I think typically for sales process, you have the acquisition stage of like, how do we find people? And then you have the conversion stage, and also before that, even like qualification, like who, among the universe of people you could be selling to, who is the right one? And then the conversion, it comes down to how you navigate the organization, tell that story. And of course, there's also the closing, figuring out pricing, etc. So it's a big question, and maybe I can speak very high level across the spectrum, but let me know if there's any particular step of that process you're more interested in.
Yeah, I've been looking at a few options. There are a set of tools like Apollo and a handful of them. Do you recommend any of them to get yourself organized? Like, is there a certain pattern what you use to do cold outreach?
Yeah, so if we're talking about the top of funnel prospecting, Apollo comes up quite a bit from the founders that we work with. Many also like Clay. We're not investors in any of those companies, so not like endorsing any particular startup. But yeah, there are tools like that that help you prospect really quickly. And I believe you can also set up like automated outreach using those tools as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
All right, let's do one final question, if that's all right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm Dan. I'm a co-founder of Tabby AI. We're building a communication companion for global professionals working in a foreign language, so not translation, somebody who's trying to survive and thrive in a different language. And so we are very confident that if we can really help an individual, it's a matter of time to kind of scale to groups and organizations and businesses. But I keep getting this advice. Some people are like, please just start with business first and sell to businesses and start there. Because, for a product like this, at some point, to scale monetization, you'll have to go to businesses. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. And then lastly, I'd love to hear, from General Catalyst's point of view, what would make us investable?
So first part of the question, I think it really comes down to a timing and prioritization question. There are so many, especially the prosumer businesses models out there that give you the possibility of going both B2B and B2C. It just comes down to what is the timing that you go after those opportunities. And I do agree, monetization tends to be a lot easier and stronger on the enterprise side, given there is that need at the enterprise level to procure products like that. We see a lot of success with companies going first B2C, gain distribution, and then once they have proven on the B2C side and then expand into enterprise sales. There are fewer examples or success stories of the reverse, just because the type of product that you should be building and the go-to-market motion is just drastically different. So that's actually one of the pitfalls that I see frequently is companies trying to do both way too early. So I think for a product like yours, I have like an intuition on like what could be the right sequencing, but I'm not an expert in the domain. So actually, you might know better of which is the easier way to start, which side has more of a pain point today, and then once you nail that, try to and once you acquire more resources as well, and you have the bandwidth to do both, and then layer on the other later on. The second part of the question, what makes an investment compelling for General Catalyst? So As mentioned before, we look for certain founder market fit qualities, especially for the early stage side when there isn't that much traction. We look for a clear, articulated strategy on how they differentiate in that market. We also love founders that are thinking about go-to-market and how to gain distribution, because go-to-market is really, really tough and tends to make or break how big a company can get. So if you're a technical team that is very excellent on the product and engineering side, then we look out for some thoughtfulness on the go-to-market side as well. But of course, at every single stage, we look for like different things. At the Series A stage, we look for clearer product market fit and any qualitative or quantitative signals that can give us that conviction.
Got it. Thank you.
Of course.
Our team, we are all global professionals. We grew up in different countries, and some people are still trying to adapt and really are customers of the product as well. And I agree with you. Like we'll start with consumer. I think we are already, but the only challenge is the current market dynamics or funding environment where everyone wants to see revenue soon. So just to follow up, what do you think about because we have to persist longer as a consumer product without much revenue. So.
Yeah, so I find that if you can nail distribution on the consumer end, even if you don't have much revenue, that's one way to compel an investor that you're able to capture the market, and it will be no time until you layer on monetization and show revenue later on. So ultimately, it comes down to your unique situation of runway, cash flow. But typically, we don't offer cookie cutter advice on you should focus on revenue now. It really depends on your case, I think.
Got it. Thank you.
Andrea, you've been so generous with your expertise and your time. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, guys, just give me one more minute of your time. I'm going to start out by talking about swag bags. We have a ton of extras. Please take them. You get to take all the bags that are under the chairs. Yes, you get to take more than one. I also want to encourage you in that spirit of give first, helping others without expecting anything in return. Would you share your photos? I know that I took a lot of slide photos of what to me were the most valuable slides, and Twitter lets put up 4 photos, the algorithm optimizes it. Post your photos, put that hashtag MOF, and then everyone here can kind of see the learning that was most important to everyone here. So we can search that hashtag MOF. MOF 5. I said the wrong hashtag, MOF5. There's not much on it, so it would be cool if in the next few days we could all search that and kind of see all of those slides that were important to everyone. Continue your learning with inside.com, newsletters on AI, startups, venture. We've got AI talks on our YouTube channel. We will be posting the replays from this event over the next really few weeks. We're going to continually post them all, so you can check that out at inside.com. And then we'll post stuff in our newsletters as well. So if you're signed up for our newsletters, you should see all of these replays. There's the final chance to take our survey. It's an audio survey. Tell us about the event. We're looking forward to many other events in the future, virtual, in-person, hybrid, whatever. We love connecting with you guys. Our goal is always to help you level up, get smarter, grow your startup, and network and connect with each other. So we're really glad that we got the chance to do that with you all today. Alex, do you want...
Stephanie.
I was going to say, Alex, do you want to say a final goodbye?
I do. First of all, thanks, Stephanie. Thank you so much.
These are heavy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for everyone attending today. We hope you had a great 2 days with us. And based on all of you that bombarded me in the lobby, apparently we're going to be doing this again soon. So hopefully we'll see you all next year. And sign up for inside.com so we can stay in touch. And once again, thank you for your time. Keep being killer founders, and let's grow. Hell yeah.
Okay. That's so
great.